From a high vantage point atop a building, Rikuto observed the students below as they conversed. His sole focus was on bringing an end to what he considered a foolish game. His thoughts drifted to a time when a man, who had physically assaulted him previously, was berating him. The man shouted that Rikuto had once again neglected his cleaning duties. A considerable amount of disarray remained on the floor, and when Rikuto met the man's gaze, he was aggressively questioned about the audacity of his stare. The man proceeded to kick him, stating that housekeeping was his designated role, as they had taken him in after the death of his parents. A woman who witnessed the entire event remarked with a smile that such behavior was to be expected, considering the nature of his parents. They were, in fact, dreadful adoptive parents. Upon opening the door to another room, he was confronted by a boy who declared that the situation was Rikuto's fault. The boy then deliberately poured a soda onto the floor, assigning the responsibility for the new mess to Rikuto. He approached the already injured Rikuto and sarcastically asked if he was not being benevolent, continuing to taunt him. When Rikuto later arrived at school, he discovered his desk had been vandalized with various scribbles and adorned with a vase of flowers. Meanwhile, his peers laughed and ridiculed him from a distance. The teacher, upon entering the classroom and seeing the state of the desk, immediately began to scold Rikuto, demanding to know what he had done to it. Subsequently, Rikuto was forcefully pushed against a row of lockers by 3 of his classmates. They hurled insults at him and demanded a daily payment of 2,000 yen. In that moment, Rikuto felt utterly powerless, unable to take any action. He glared at the boys and tightened his fists, but his defiance was met with a kick to the stomach, which was quickly followed by a punch to his face. As the assault persisted, one of the aggressors called him pitiful, accusing him of looking down on them. He was told to get money from his parents if he had none himself. While enduring the beating, Rikuto reflected that the world and everyone in it were contemptible, but he believed himself to be even more so. After the boy ceased hitting him, Rikuto's phone fell onto the ground, catching the bully's attention. As Rikuto reached for his device, the boy forcefully stomped on it. Observing the shattered screen, the bully offered a mock apology, claiming that his foot had slipped. When Rikuto bowed his head in defeat, the aggressor lifted his leg to stomp on the phone again. However, he was stopped by someone who told him to let it go. This individual was Nishi, the star of the Western-style archery team and the recent national tournament champion. The other students were visibly surprised, and the girls seemed captivated by him. One girl commented on how impressive he was, even when intervening on behalf of a loser like Kuragani. Nishi firmly clutched the bully's shoulder. The bully questioned Nishi's intentions, mentally noting the surprising strength in his grip and the resulting pain in his shoulder. From behind, another of the boys retrieved a baseball bat to strike the archer, but Nishi delivered a punch before the bat could be swung. With the assailant on the floor, Nishi remarked that witnessing such scenes in public was disagreeable. He then instructed everyone to disperse. The bully, Takada, and his companions quickly departed, dismissing the situation as nonsensical. Once they were gone, Nishi crouched next to Rikuto and inquired if he was still alive. He urged Rikuto to try and defend himself, explaining that the bullies behaved that way only because Rikuto offered no resistance. He questioned how Rikuto could consider his current state to be truly living. Getting to his feet, Rikuto turned his back to Nishi and asked what he could possibly know about his situation. Nishi, however, was surprised to see Rikuto standing so steadily after such a severe beating, pondering if he had sustained less damage than it appeared. He briefly wondered if Rikuto had managed to evade the attacks at the last moment, but he quickly dismissed the idea, muttering to himself that such a feat was like something from a movie. Returning to the present, Rikuto continued to watch the students from the building's roof as they laughed, played, and socialized. He sat on the ground, his gaze fixed on his broken phone with an expression of sorrow and anguish. Looking toward the sky, he declared that it was all finished. He was weary of enduring the pain and proceeded to climb the safety fence that bordered the rooftop. Once he reached the ledge, he sat down with his arms extended, repeating that he would simply conclude this stupid game. Suddenly, flashes of lightning began to streak across the sky, with circular patterns forming between the electrical discharges. From these circles, streams of binary code shaped like bars started to cascade down toward the city, causing destruction to the buildings below. All around, mobile phones began to produce bizarre sounds, startling their owners and causing the devices to be dropped. Kurigan looked up, wondering how lightning could materialize from a clear sky and trying to comprehend the unfolding events. A sudden noise caught his attention. Looking down at the students, he saw one of them screaming in terror as their phone began to behave erratically. Binary code appeared on the device's screen, starting to form a bubble. This bubble expanded, growing larger until it solidified into a terrifying shape before the students' eyes. It morphed into a ferocious monster that grinned menacingly. From the mobile phones of all the students, creatures such as dragons, goblins, and other beasts materialized and began to pursue them. Rikuto, positioned safely on the terrace, could hear cries for help and witness the students being assaulted. They were overwhelmed one after another, and the boy could not comprehend what was unfolding. Enigmatic hordes of monsters had abruptly emerged all over the planet. The very fabric of society disintegrated in an instant. It is said that the global population was diminished to less than a tenth of its original size. The source of this cataclysm remained a mystery until a particular group of young people uncovered the truth. Initially, the only known fact was that the monsters had spawned from people's smartphones. In the world that emerged from the chaos, survivors gave that event a name: the Day of Judgment. Seated on the railing of the school terrace, Kurogane contemplates whether it was true that creatures from fantasy worlds were suddenly annihilating humanity. Smiling, he muses that he has successfully brought about an end to things. Below, numerous people were shrieking for aid while being attacked, and he reflects that it was like a death-themed dream. Every person who had ever insulted or ridiculed him was now under assault. He felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking they were getting what they deserved. All those who had made a fool of him were now in the clutches of monsters, and he felt they could all go to hell. Still smiling, Rikuto ponders how this dream could feel so intensely realistic, as even people with no connection to him were being chased. Observing the scene, the boy's satisfaction turns to despair. He questions what is happening and why this dream is taking so long to conclude. His life had been a catastrophe. His parents were gone, and everyone in his life was terrible. Even his brother was of no consequence. None of it held any meaning. Now weeping, the boy concedes that this was not right. Regardless of how he viewed it, it was wrong for people to meet such a fate. As he was lost in thought, a noise was heard, and the terrace door creaked open. A goblin entered, startling him. It was holding a severed head. Upon seeing this, he understood that this was not a dream. In that instant, he instinctively knew that the situation was entirely, terrifyingly real. The goblin lunged at the boy, intending to strike him with its machete. He reacted by falling backward off the railing and onto the terrace floor just before the blow could land. As he got to his feet, he was gripped by terror. Seeing the head carried by the creature, he believed it was his end. Frightened, he wondered if his life would conclude in such a manner, but a part of his consciousness told him it was irrelevant. After all, he had already been planning his own end. He had wanted to stop this game. Life was garbage, and the world was no different. Nothing would change whether it ended here or in some other way. However, a new feeling arose. He did not want it to happen like this. He came to the conclusion that he did not, in fact, want it all to end. Grabbing a nearby iron bar, he managed to block the monster's next attack. The force of the blow knocked him to the ground, and the boy thought that a real death was insignificant, wretched, and pathetic. Realizing this, he resolved not to die in such a way and began to resist the monster's assault with greater force. With this newfound awareness, he started shouting that he did not want to die because this was not the end he had ever envisioned for himself. He continued to hold the iron bar firm, preventing the goblin's machete from reaching him. There exists a state for humans known as the zone. It is a condition where, regardless of the cause, concentration reaches its absolute peak, allowing for a perfect state of control over one's body. With this heightened focus, the boy managed to strike the goblin between its legs, knocking it to the ground. It is said that when someone enters the zone, they gain a flawless perception of their surroundings, enabling them to intuitively and reflexively determine the optimal course of action. With the monster now prone, he struck it repeatedly with the iron bar. After the goblin lay still, Rikuto looked at what he had done and was overcome with shock. He then vomited and let out a scream of pure despair, realizing that his life up until that moment had not been real. It was for this reason that, from the core of his being, he felt a profound desire to live. The boy was roused by a voice inquiring about his well-being. Upon sitting up, he identified the speaker as Nishi, who expressed his relief that he was alive. With a smile, Nishi noted that the significant amount of bleeding from his head had been a cause for worry. Looking at him, Rikuto recognized the archer. As the boy rose to his feet and turned, the archer advised him not to exert himself. Peering through the fence, Rikuto observed that the entire city was ablaze. He scanned his surroundings and saw several desperate students sitting nearby. Among them were Takeda, Tani, and Arata, the same bullies who had beaten him, now appearing frightened and anxious about the situation. Sakura remarked that the circumstances were impossible. Ueyama, the physical education teacher, put his arm around her and told everyone to remain close, assuring them that he would protect her and keep her safe, though the girl was visibly still on edge. Observing this interaction, other girls commented on the inappropriate way the teacher was looking at Sakura and expressed sympathy for her. Rikuto's gaze fell upon a pile of objects, which Nishi clarified was a barricade they had assembled using anything they could find to ward off the monsters. He explained that everyone had sought refuge from the enigmatic creatures by desperately fleeing to the rooftop, where they constructed the makeshift barrier. With his hand on his face, Rikuto noted that people had been left behind within the school. From the other side of the barricade, desperate pleas for entry had been heard. Students had ascended the stairs begging for help, but Ueyama and another student had refused to dismantle the barricade. By the time the archer had arrived, only screams could be heard from the other side. Nishi admitted to feeling genuinely sorry and guilty for not opening the barrier, despite believing they would not have survived if he had done so. Rikuto reassured him that it was not his fault, as no one desired such an end, and that he too had fought with all his might to survive. Looking at the monster's corpse, the archer asked if Rikuto was responsible for it, noting he was completely shaken and had never even considered such an act himself. He added that if he possessed that level of determination, he might have been able to rescue the other students. Their conversation was interrupted by screams. They saw the PE teacher instructing everyone to evaluate the situation, beginning with the fact that the monsters originated from their phones. Sakura confirmed this and presented her phone. It initially seemed functional, but was now completely powered down. Another student showed that theirs was in the same state. It quickly became apparent that no one's phone would turn on, and Rikuto's was already broken. The teacher lamented that they had no means of calling for help. Rikuto began to analyze what this all signified. Since the monsters came from phones, there had to be a connection. However, no monster had emerged from his own phone, and he wondered if it was because the device was broken. Oyama interjected, stating they were not making progress, and proposed they maintain their current position. His plan was to wait for the police or defense forces to rescue them, asking if everyone was in agreement. Rikuto questioned the seriousness of this suggestion, which confused the teacher. He elaborated that since the monsters emerged from phones, it was highly probable that they were spread throughout the entire city, not just confined to the school. Considering the ubiquity of phones in modern society, especially in Japan, he argued it was very likely the entire world was facing the same catastrophe. He concluded by expressing his doubt that the police or special forces were in any condition to mobilize. Upon hearing this analysis, the students began to panic. Nishi then proposed that they should secure a safer location rather than remaining on the roof. Rikuto affirmed that if they did not want to meet a grim fate, that would be the wise course of action. At this, Takeda stood up shouting, questioning why a pathetic individual like Rikuto was giving out such self-serving orders. He approached Rikuto, seized him by the collar, and threatened that he would have to be taught a lesson to understand his place. However, Rikuto offered no response, simply staring at him, which unnerved the bully. Rikuto wondered what was wrong with the boy to be spouting such nonsense at a time like this. The other students voiced their agreement with Takeda and began to insult Rikuto. Nishi and Sakura attempted to de-escalate the situation. Takeda asked Rikuto if fear had stolen his voice, but Rikuto's only thought was how the bully resembled a chihuahua when compared to the monster lying dead on the ground. Continuing his attempt to provoke him, Takeda made a demand of Rikuto, who retorted that he should cease bothering him with trivial matters because it was becoming an annoyance. This response left everyone present stunned. Cursing, Takeda swung a fist at him. The archer moved to intervene, but Rikuto swiftly caught Takeda's arm, secured him in a headlock, and forcefully slammed him onto the ground. The sudden and decisive action shocked all the onlookers. Pinned to the floor, the student cried out in pain and pleaded for Rikuto to release him. Rikuto, reflecting on the absurdity of the situation, wondered how he could have ever been intimidated by someone like Takeda. Despite being trapped, Takeda hurled insults and threats at Rikuto, who responded by applying more pressure. Nishi grabbed Rikuto's arm in an attempt to stop him, concerned that he was losing control and would end up seriously injuring Takeda. As he looked at him, Nishi found it hard to believe this was the same person who had been bullied before. The other students watched the scene unfold, commenting in disbelief. Once released, Takeda got to his feet and continued to curse and threaten Rikuto. Exasperated, the archer shouted at him, stating that it was not the time for infighting, which finally caused the bully to stand down. Turning to Rikuto, Nishi suggested they let the matter go, and Rikuto concurred. Addressing the group, Rikuto stated that their priority should be determining their next course of action rather than wasting time on pointless conflicts. The bully continued to insult him angrily in the background, but the teacher stepped in, asking if they could resume their discussion. Nishi addressed the teacher and the group, summarizing that their rooftop position offered no resources. He explained that he didn't know when or even if a rescue team would arrive. He stressed their urgent need for a secure location, along with food and water. Kurogane interjected, adding that they would also require weapons if possible. Sakura questioned if such a safe place even existed, and the archer admitted that this was the central dilemma. Rikuto proposed that they needed to assess the conditions inside the building, as they couldn't formulate a plan without knowing if it was even feasible to travel. Stegu immediately voiced his opposition, arguing it was too hazardous with the potential for monsters along the way, and that they should remain where they were to await rescue. The teacher agreed that the boy had a point, but suggested they should at least inspect the hallway. The other students protested the idea, questioning who would willingly venture into a building potentially filled with monsters. The teacher then called on Kurogane and Takeda, instructing them to check the situation inside. Startled at being named, Takeda deflected, suggesting the teacher should go to set an example. The teacher refused, claiming his duty was to stay and protect the students. Some of the girls agreed, remarking that as men they ought to go. Flustered, Takeda insulted them in response. Rikuto picked up the iron pipe he had used against the monster and walked toward the barricade. The still fearful Takeda asked if he was serious, a question Rikuto turned back on him. Rikuto explained that their situation would only deteriorate the longer they waited. Their options were to either starve or be devoured by monsters. He declared that he did not want their lives to end there, and therefore they had no choice but to act. Inspired by his words, Nishi grabbed his archery equipment and announced that Rikuto was right. He declared his intention to go as well, adding that there might be other survivors to find. A frightened Ueyama warned Nishi that if anything happened, it would be his responsibility, while the girls pleaded with him not to go because of the danger. At that moment, Rikuto called the teacher a hypocrite. He then told Nishi he was glad for his company, remarking that the Chihuahua didn't seem willing to join them, which left Nishi wondering about the nickname. Looking at Takeda trembling in fear, Rikuto thought that the boy truly did resemble a Chihuahua. He then asked Nishi if he was certain about his decision, honestly stating that it would be a dangerous exploration with a high probability of being attacked. With a smile, Nishi replied that he did not want to die because he had a reason to survive, his thoughts drifting to an image of a girl at a window. Recalling his own earlier resolve, Rikuto told his new ally that he seemed dependable, to which Nishi replied that Rikuto must have a similar reason for wanting to live. With some awkwardness, he pointed out that he didn't even know Rikuto's name yet. After introducing themselves to each other and sharing a few jokes, they navigated past the barricade and entered the building. Kurogane and Nishi proceeded down a hallway littered with bodies. The archer remarked that the entire situation felt like a terrible dream, to which his friend replied that it was simply their new reality. Nishi acknowledged this, but expressed confusion about the absence of monsters, adding that while he wasn't complaining, it felt anticlimactic. His companion suggested that they might have departed the school and moved into the city. When Rikuto asked for a reason, he theorized that since the school was already closed, it offered limited prey for the creatures, prompting them to seek a more populated area. The archer conceded that this grim assessment might be accurate. In the middle of their conversation, he noticed something and interrupted his friend who was about to speak again. Both of them heard a distinct slapping sound originating from a distant corridor and cautiously approached the edge to investigate. Nishi peered around the corner and spotted a lone goblin in the hallway. He exchanged a look with his friend, and they silently agreed that they could handle a single target. Nishi then drew his bow and readied his equipment. Maintaining his distance, he took a moment to focus before releasing a precise shot. The arrow struck the goblin from behind, piercing through its chest. However, due to its high resilience, the monster was not felled by the single arrow. It turned, spotted the archer, and let out a ferocious scream as it charged. The archer tensed up, unable to notch another arrow before the goblin closed the distance with incredible speed. Kurogane intercepted the creature's charge, striking it squarely on the head with his pipe and sending it staggering away. The goblin, nearly disabled, tried to regain its footing, but Rikuto appeared before it and delivered a series of decisive blows, finishing it off. Nishi approached the body, commenting that his friend was as brutal as he had expected. He asked the archer if there were any signs of other monsters, and Nishi confirmed that the immediate area was clear and that their plan had succeeded. Amid his thoughts, Rikuto commented on the existence of monsters against which humans would be powerless, recalling the dragons he had witnessed earlier. A confused Nishi asked what he was referring to, remarking that all the creatures, no matter how he looked at them, seemed to be typical of those found in video games. He added that the monster they had just killed bore a strong resemblance to a goblin. Kurogane mentioned that he felt as though he had seen these monsters somewhere before. Growing more nervous, his companion began to tremble, struck by the realization that if the monster had landed a blow, he would have actually died. Filled with a new resolve, he clenched his fist, stating that in this real-life scenario, they were genuinely putting their lives at risk. The other agreed, adding that unlike a game, they possessed no leveling system, cheat codes, or magic. They were merely ordinary humans. The archer observed that Rikuto was clearly not a novice, and inquired if he had received any weapon training or had a mentor. The question sent Rikuto into a reverie, recalling a time he had defeated his brother in a one-on-one fight. He answered the archer that he had never undergone any formal training. Nishi then questioned why, despite possessing such skills, he had allowed himself to be bullied. Kurogane responded that he didn't have a clear answer. The pair continued their advance, discovering a room engulfed in flames with several bodies on the floor, but they pressed onward. The archer noted the eerie silence, concluding that the monster they had defeated was likely the only one on the 6th floor. Rikuto explained that since most of the rooms on that level were for training, there wouldn't have been many people present, but he warned that there could be more monsters on the floors below. As they reached the stairs to descend, Rikuto paused, stating that he wanted to clarify their objectives. Kurogane reiterated that their primary goal was to assess the situation. Nishi elaborated, saying they needed to determine how many people were left in the school and identify potential escape routes. The archer emphasized the need for as much information as possible to inform their next steps. His companion added that the most crucial objective was to return alive with that information. He stated that if they found themselves in danger, either of them was free to leave the other behind to ensure their own survival. Attempting to lighten the tense atmosphere, Rikuto explained that they were in an emergency, and no one should harbor resentment over such a decision. He began to joke that his companion was trying to act tough, but his words were cut short by a cry for help from the floor below. Rikuto froze momentarily before bolting down the stairs. His companion remarked to himself that he now knew exactly what kind of person Rikuto was, someone who would never be capable of abandoning others. On the lower floor, a monster was patrolling. It was larger than a goblin, had horns, and wielded a large iron club. Concealed within a cabinet, Tachibana Kotone strives for silence. Through a narrow opening, however, she witnesses a scene that fills her with horror. Goblins are tearing the clothes off her classmates who are crying out for aid. She feels an urge to help them but is paralyzed by the knowledge that she is powerless. One of her classmates pleads with a goblin to desist, but the creature enters a frenzy and assaults her. Tachibana shuts her eyes and covers her ears, succumbing to a complete panic at the events unfolding before her. She mentally apologizes for her pattern of inaction and for consistently running away from her problems. Her mind retreats into memory, replaying a scene of her standing in a crowd, observing Rikuto as he was beaten by the class bullies. She recalls the thought that she ought to intervene to stop their violent actions. Trembling, she made an attempt to ask them to stop, but the blonde-haired bully delivered a kick to Rikuto's face, and her thoughts turned to apologies once more. She felt Seiku place a hand on her shoulder and call her name. He asked her what was happening and reminded her that class was about to begin. Barely able to react, she was quickly guided away by him as he insisted they should go, leaving Rikuto behind on the ground. Tachibana regains consciousness back in the cabinet, understanding that the immense stress of what she had witnessed caused her to faint. A wave of panic washes over her as she questions what became of everyone and how much time had passed. Amidst her flood of questions, she attempts to retrieve her phone from her pocket, but in her nervous state, it slips from her grasp and clatters loudly on the floor. She becomes extremely tense, noticing that the surrounding sounds briefly intensify before an abrupt silence falls. Overcome with anxiety, she realizes she can no longer hear anything and wonders if her presence has been detected. Her fears are confirmed when two goblins wrench open the cabinet door. As the door swings wide, the young woman sees the room filled with the bodies of her classmates, her friend Misaki among them. A goblin seizes her by the hair and yanks her from her hiding spot. The creature then begins to tear at her clothes while she screams for help. Suddenly, another different monster appears and fells the goblin with a single blow, leaving the girl terrified. The other goblins in the room converge on this new creature, but it dismantles them all with a single sweeping strike. The girl, in a state of utter shock, unleashes a desperate scream for someone to save her. In another part of the building, the two young men hear the cry and immediately start running in its direction. The large monster grabs her with one hand and begins dragging the bound bodies of the defeated goblins down a corridor. The girl apologizes and begs to be released, but this seems to anger the creature, which slams her against a wall, rendering her unconscious. From a distance, Rikuto and Nishi observe the monster. The archer is gripped by fear, doubting whether his arrows could even injure such a creature. His friend notes that his instincts about the situation were correct. Nishi asks what that monster could possibly be. Rikuto poses a question in return, asking if Nishi hadn't found it strange that there were so few monsters on the previous floor. He continues, explaining that this new monster was the reason for their scarcity. The archer then realizes that the goblins were being hunted by a predator that stood above them in the food chain. He comments that this monster is far stronger and more territorial, and that they have no chance of defeating it by themselves. Lost in thought, the archer's concern for the captured girl grows. He is startled to see Kurogane rise to his feet, nearly compromising their hiding spot as he starts to move toward the monster. The archer demands to know what he is doing. Rikuto replies that he intends to save the girl because she is still alive. Nishi questions if he is seeking death, arguing that even if they tried, they could not defeat the creature alone. He presses Rikuto about his motivations, asking if he is acting out of a need for self-satisfaction or a misguided sense of justice, putting his life at risk without thinking clearly. Rikuto reminds Nishi of his earlier question about whether he felt alive, revealing that he truly did want to. He explains that facing death at the hands of the first goblin had ignited a profound desire to live from the depths of his heart, and he had vowed to never let himself fall into despair again. He then declares his intention to save the girl simply because it is what he wants to do. Being able to think and act on such a conviction, he asserts, is the very proof that he is alive. Nishi called his friend's idea insane, questioning if a foolish death while confronting the monster was what he considered to be living. Kurogane responded that Nishi was not obligated to join him, as it was his own personal matter. An image of his brother surfaced in his memory, recalling Serato labeling him as incompetent, pointing out his lack of money, family, or friends, and concluding that he was effectively dead and ought to behave as such. Rikuto expressed pity for his brother, but vowed that he would never again be a dead person, even if the effort destroyed him. The archer interrupted him, placing a hand on his shoulder. He revealed that he has a sister who is not related by blood, studying at another school. When asked why he was suddenly sharing this, the archer explained that he also did not want to die there, as she would be left all alone. Nishi continued, stating that abandoning the captured girl and fleeing would be shameful. He reasoned that if his sister were in a similar situation, he would have to help her. This led him to question his own ability to fight and protect his sister, admitting that it would torment him if he were to fabricate an excuse and simply run away. For this reason, he declared, he would help Kurogane take down the monster so they could save the girl together. Kurogane pointed out that they were both about to do something foolish for their own selfish reasons and asked if he was comfortable with that. Rikuto laughed, remarking that the archer must also have something wrong with him. Embarrassed, the archer replied that a man must maintain his pride. Having reached an agreement, they began to strategize. Nishi asked his friend for his plan, noting that a direct head-on assault would be far too risky. Kurogane revealed that he had an idea if the other was willing to fight, and with that, the two began to coordinate. The girl regained consciousness to a horrific sight. She was bound to a large wooden plank alongside several goblins, which the monster was roasting like skewers. The creature, in the middle of its meal, noticed she was awake. Overcome with terror, she let out a piercing scream, which served as the signal for the two young men to spring into action and set their plan in motion. As he ran, the archer remarked that after hearing Rikuto's plan, he was certain the young man was completely unhinged. In her despair, the girl began to believe she would not survive and would be devoured by the monster after being burned in the fire it had built. Crying, she expressed her desire not to die. The monster, noticing her movement again, approached her. It knocked her down and picked up the wooden plank to which she was tied, carrying her toward the flames. As she neared the fire, she panicked. However, both she and the monster noticed Kurogane standing in the doorway, who instructed her to close her eyes. The monster dropped the plank and gripped its club. As it advanced on the boy, Kurogane produced a fire extinguisher and sprayed its contents directly into the monster's face, temporarily blinding it. While the creature was disoriented, Rikuto ran to Takabana and began working to untie her. She called out his name, but he stated that he did not know her and was simply helping. In her thoughts, the girl reflected that it was natural he wouldn't remember her and saw no reason why he would. Realizing his knife was not cutting through the ropes, Kurogane switched to Plan B and struck a pipe against the floor, signaling Nishi. The archer understood the signal and, with some disbelief, prepared to execute his friend's audacious plan. Approaching Rikuto, Nishi admitted he was not confident, but would give it his best shot, asking not to be held responsible if he missed. The monster, recovering its vision, saw Kurogane kneeling before the girl. Enraged, it let out a roar so powerful it shattered all the windows in the room. Rikuto raised his pipe as the furious monster lifted its iron club for a devastating strike. He knew that a single misstep would mean the end. Observing the attack's pattern, he employed a technique called Kiriatoshi to parry and redirect the monster's blow to the side, successfully blocking it. A mix of surprise and relief washed over him. He reflected that a significant amount of time had passed since he had last used the technique, but his muscle memory had fortunately remained intact. As Rikuto stood his ground, holding the metal bar against the demon-like creature, his opponent quickly tried to strike again, attempting to catch him off guard. Yet, Rikuto managed to defend himself, this time slightly altering the attack's vector instead of meeting its full force head-on. The intense battle between them raged on. Rikuto employed a strategy focused on minimizing the impact from the creature's blows, while countering with the least amount of force necessary. He executed this by targeting the monster's feet. This approach was a technique rooted in modern kendo. The protagonist's thoughts turned to his father, acknowledging that the skills instilled in him as a child had never been forgotten. In a silent moment, Rikuto expressed his gratitude for those teachings. A girl watching the boys fight with the monster found his performance incredible. Striving to remain calm, the protagonist reminded himself that he was only facing monsters, creatures devoid of proper technique. Angered, the demon appeared to ready another assault. Without delay, it swung a heavy blow toward the boy. Rikuto defended himself to the best of his ability, relying on his training. Intent on crushing him, the monster continued its ferocious attacks. Using his skills, the protagonist landed a precise strike on the opponent's wrist, reflecting that his adversary relied solely on brute force to wield its weapon. The two continued their clash, their anger toward each other mounting. Once more, the demon attempted an attack with its spiked club. To Rikuto, the monster's movements seemed wide and predictable. With great skill, the boy managed to land a blow on the monster's head, though he admitted to himself that such a strike would have been far easier against a human opponent. The monster shrieked in pain and seemed to weaken. The girl observing the scene was amazed that the boy could defend against every attack, thinking him to be incredible. Showing signs of fatigue, the boy still refused to yield. He internally noted that even though he was successfully defending, the impacts were taking a severe toll on his body. He knew he could not sustain the fight for much longer, as his strength began to fade. The monster refocused its attention, and the boy realized that despite his best efforts, his attacks were not having a lasting effect. Shifting to a defensive retreat, he reflexively dodged the incoming blows. Studying the giant creature, Rikuto concluded that a frontal assault was impossible. He resolved to move quickly and attempt one final decisive strike. From a distance, he called out to the demon to capture its attention. Once again, smoke started to emanate from the monster's ears, a clear sign it was preparing to attack. The creature's attention shifted back to the girl bound to the wooden plank on the floor. It then seized the entire plank, hoisting it to use as a grotesque weapon and advancing as the terrified girl screamed. Rikuto knew he was now in grave danger. The demon brutally attacked with the massive wooden log. Outside the building, the sounds of the struggle could be heard as objects in the environment were shattered. The protagonist tried to flee as the monster swung wildly with the girl tied to the plank. Rikuto's speed allowed him to escape the initial swings, as the demon roared in frustration. For a moment, the girl felt a pang of despair, feeling as though she had been abandoned. This feeling triggered a memory from her childhood. The scene shifted to a playground where two boys were bullying her younger self as she cried in a corner. A figure then appeared to defend her, a young Rikuno who demanded to know why they were tormenting the little girl. Back in the present, the girl reflected that the protagonist had always been that way, risking everything for others. Tears streamed down her face as she remained tied to the wooden log. A boy observing from the sidelines stated his intention to jump in and assist with the fight. He saw Rikuto defending himself against the monster and thought the young man was amazing for managing it, but he also believed Rikuto was reaching his physical limit. Walking toward the battle, the boy urged the protagonist to hold on and lure the demon about 10 more meters. His pace quickened as he hurried to the scene. Arriving at the location, his expression grew dark as he declared that this was where he would end the story without fail. The protagonist kept running, drawing the monster after him. At a critical moment, Rikuto turned back and attempted to strike the opponent with his iron bar. Completely exhausted, he channeled all his remaining strength into the swing, but his grip failed at the last second. The monster seized the opening and landed a direct, powerful blow, sending Rikuto flying through the air. The boy was gravely injured and lay motionless on the ground, much to the despair of the girl who witnessed it all. Nearby, the boy who had come to help also saw what had happened. Everyone shouted Rikuto's name. He lay on the ground, unable to move. Observing the scene, the boy with the arrows assessed the situation as dire. Nishi recalled his friend's instructions. He had to aim for a single, specific point and could not afford to miss, as this would be his only opportunity. If he failed, the boy would certainly die. As he watched, Nishi remained uncertain if he could make the shot. He mentally reviewed the 3 conditions for hitting the target, concluding that the angle, distance, and other factors necessary for a perfect shot were not ideal. However, Nishi knew he was running out of time and could be discovered at any moment. He wished fervently that the monster would move slightly closer and turn to present a better angle. The doubt lingered that waiting too long might cost him the chance entirely. However, his racing thoughts were interrupted. Rikuto, despite his injuries, shouted from the ground, instructing him not to take the shot yet. This left Nishi even more confused and struggling to understand. His friend then loudly explained that he needed to lure the monster a few meters closer and requested that he wait, pushing himself back to his feet. Face to face with the demon once more, the protagonist's movements were watched by the hidden archer. Tied to the wooden plank, the girl cried and called out Rikuto's name. Unfazed, the monster advanced on him again. Exhausted, Rikuto coughed and began to stoop, then suddenly dropped to his knees. The demon, believing its moment had come, began to shoot lightning from its eyes as the protagonist watched. He forced himself from the ground again, placing the iron bar before him defensively. Even so, he felt his legs were weak and wondered if he could manage to lead the creature just a few more meters. Furious, the opponent growled and roared as the clash between them continued relentlessly. Nishi was startled by the intensity of the roar. The girl tied to the log pleaded with Rikuto to run, warning that the monster would kill him, but he told her not to worry. With a determined expression, the protagonist stared down the demon again. In her desperation, the girl questioned his actions, declaring that she was unworthy of being rescued by him. She admitted to having abandoned him all this time, and therefore did not deserve his help. This painful admission triggered a memory, and the scene shifted to the school building. Rikuto was being beaten by a group of boys while the girl watched. Mustering her courage, she considered helping her friend. Without further thought, she rushed toward the group and told them to leave the protagonist alone. Suddenly, someone touched her shoulder and called her name. A boy named Stato appeared and began speaking to Kotone, advising her against getting involved in such matters and warning that she could be harmed. He continued, telling her that all she needed to do was be a good person and follow his instructions, all while Rikuto continued to endure the beating. Under this manipulation, Kotone agreed to do as the boy suggested. At the end of the flashback, Kotone repeated to herself that she had always been a coward, never able to help her friend. She lamented that she was tired of simply standing by and watching, feeling powerless to do anything. The demon tried to attack again, its growls and roars growing louder and more intense. Overwhelmed by rage, the monster showed signs of preparing for another charge. As it rushed at the boy, Rikuto noticed that the club wielded by the monster had lost its momentum. Seeing an opening, the protagonist seized the moment to strike, but his attack was intercepted by the demon's weapon. Once again, the boy was sent flying and sustained further injury. Rikuto fell hard to the ground. Kotoni was also thrown while still tied to the wooden plank, crashing painfully onto the floor in despair. Seeing Rikuto lying on the ground, the red monster quickly moved toward him. Distressed, the girl begged her friend to run, but he was unresponsive. Lacking any remaining strength, the protagonist acknowledged that there was nothing more he could do. The demon loomed over the downed boy and raised its club to deliver the final blow. In a low voice, Rikuto signaled to Nishi that the target was now at the perfect distance. Even before the words fully reached him, Nishi was already in position, bow drawn. He quickly reassessed the distance and angle, confidently declaring to himself that he could not miss such an ideal shot. At that moment, the surprised monster noticed the archer's presence and shifted its attention away from the protagonist. The young archer readied himself for the attack. Acting with swift precision, he released the arrow, which flew true and struck the demon directly in its eye. The narrative shifts to 10 minutes prior to this moment. Rikuto was shown handing a syringe to Nishi with instructions for its use. Nishi questioned if it was the same item Sakura had provided before their exploration, a fact Rikuto confirmed with a nod. He then explained that the syringe contained undiluted ethanol from a chemistry lab, essentially 100% pure alcohol. They both recalled the blonde girl giving them the syringe and asserting its potential usefulness. Nishi had observed the scene at the time, wondering why she would be carrying such an item. The flashback returns to the two boys inside the building, where Rikuto instructed his friend to coat the arrow with the alcohol before firing it at the monster. Nishi expressed his doubts about its effectiveness, but Rikuto remained confident. It was explained that the alcohol would act as a deadly potion, capable of intoxicating any organism. Even a small amount injected directly into the bloodstream would incapacitate the monster. The contents of the syringe would be more than enough to destroy the demon. While Nishi found the logic sound, he was skeptical about its practical application. He pointed out the obvious issue. A simple needle would likely not be able to penetrate the monster's tough hide. In response, Rikuto clarified that Nishi was to aim for a very specific target, the demon's eye. He reasoned that the eye would be vulnerable enough to be pierced, though Nishi questioned how Rikuto could be sure of this. A fire extinguisher was then shown, with Rikuto explaining that he would use it to confirm his theory. With determination, he stated his plan to spray the monster's face. If it tried to shield its eyes, it would prove they were as vulnerable as a human's. The plan was thus established. Rikuto would initiate the confrontation, and Nishi would deliver the finishing blow. Concluding the strategy session, Rikuto expressed his reliance on his friend to ensure the plan's success. The scene returns to the present. With the arrow lodged in its eye, the demon roared in agony. Pleased with the outcome, the archer celebrated their successful plan. The fire extinguisher test had indeed confirmed the fragility of the monster's eyes. The plan, for all its simplicity, had been effective. Joking, Nishi commented that he had scored a perfect 10 for hitting the center of the target. The demon tried to claw the arrow from its eye. Still on the ground, Rikuto asked his friend for his thoughts. Kotone once again found the unfolding events to be utterly incredible. Enraged, the monster ripped the arrow and needle from its socket and charged toward the boys, but it immediately began to stagger. The protagonist realized the alcohol was taking effect. A deafening roar filled the room. Mustering all its remaining strength, the monster swung its weapon at the boy, leaving Rikuto momentarily disoriented. The demon quickly followed up with another attack, but the boy managed to dodge it. Nishi panicked and called out to his friend, concluding that while the ethanol acted as a poison, it was not an instantaneous kill. Now, even more furious, the monster charged forward. From outside, the chaos was visible through shattered glass and destroyed walls. There was a large hole in one wall, and Rikuto noticed the demon was heading directly for it. When the monster attacked, the boy waited for the moment of contact, then rushed forward and grabbed it by the waist. Using the last of his strength, he began pushing the opponent toward the opening. He attempted to hurl the creature from the building, but its immense weight was more than he could manage alone. The boy continued to apply more force. Something caught his attention, and looking up, he saw the monster preparing to strike from above. Nishi saw this as well, and immediately ran to his friend's aid. He too grabbed the monster by the waist, and with their combined strength, they successfully forced their opponent through the opening. As the demon plummeted, however, Rikuto was dragged along with it, still locked in his grip on the adversary. Screaming and roaring, the monster crashed to the ground below. There was no sign of the protagonist. Suddenly, the boy appeared. suspended in midair. Nishi, acting with incredible speed, had managed to catch his friend, preventing him from falling from the great height. Upon impact, the demon shattered the pavement below and fractured its horns. Kotone watched the scene anxiously, but was overcome with relief and happiness to see that her friends were safe. She offered a prayer of thanks that both were okay. Rikudo called out to his friend, who asked what was wrong. He declared that the recent events were insane and questioned if his companion was foolish. Satisfied with having saved the protagonist's life, the archer responded. The first place prize from the national tournament was mentioned, which left Nishi feeling confused. Laughing, the boy joked that Rikudo was still disconnected from reality. Kotone, still bound by ropes, asked for assistance to be untied. Using a sharp piece of rock, the boys managed to set her free. Nishi inquired if the girl was all right, and if she could stand, though she was visibly traumatized. Before he could finish his sentence, she stood up and walked quickly past him. She went directly to Rikuto and embraced him, thanking her friend for saving her life. Observing this, the archer seemed to have a realization. He asked the protagonist what was happening, adding a comment about the great risk he took to save his girlfriend, which left the two of them in shock. Playfully, Nishi continued, remarking that for someone dating such a beautiful girl, Rikuto was quite a calm individual. Kotone interjected, stating that they were not a couple. The protagonist, confused by the turn of events, indicated he wanted to ask a question. He then proceeded to ask who the girl was, leaving the other two baffled. Thinking it was a joke, the archer commented that he was taking it too far, but Rikuto insisted he genuinely did not know her. Kotone explained that the question was understandable, as he might not recall her after such a long time. She introduced herself as Tachibana Kotone and mentioned that they had studied at the same school. Attempting to jog his memory, she added that they had been close and had used the nicknames Riku-chan and Koto-chan for each other. Hearing the nickname seemed to trigger a memory for Rikuto. His eyes widened as he realized she was a girl connected to a past he could not forgive. Another flashback began, with the protagonist recalling scenes from his past. He remembered Kotone as a girl he had wanted to protect, a battle he felt he could not lose. In one scene, he pushed away a boy who was harassing her. He reflected that this was the beginning of the end. A conversation about a traffic accident caused by brake failure took place. Rikuto was then shown crying in the rain over the bodies of two people who died in the crash. He felt that a part of him had been lost in that moment. Nearby, the boy who had been with Kotone was seen holding a piece that may have belonged to the car. The protagonist reflected that Serato possessed a childish mind, but also a diabolical cunning and coldness. Angrily, he continued his internal monologue, stating that the other boy had stolen everything he possibly could from him, remembering a scene where he lay on the ground with a foot on his head. Concluding his thoughts, Rikuto felt that at some point during those events, he had died on the inside. He regained his senses, returning to the present as the flashback ended. Trembling, the protagonist started to feel physically ill, leaving everyone confused. Kotone panicked, asking what was wrong with him. He tried to calm her, claiming it was nothing and that he was fine now. Nishi intervened, pointing out that it was obvious his friend was not okay. The protagonist admitted that he now remembered who Tachibana was, stating that he hadn't recalled they were from the same school. The girl apologized, expressing her wish that she had spoken to him sooner. He told her she had made the correct choice, as nothing good would have come from getting involved in the bullying he had faced. Kotone appeared saddened by this. Nishi approached and noted that the sun would be setting soon, and they couldn't afford to waste time. He asked the girl if she would be joining them, and she affirmed. He acknowledged that she was going through a difficult time, but told her she needed to understand their situation. Following this, the trio began to move through the school. At one point, the girl knelt and prayed for a deceased boy. Nishi was seen catching a lizard-like creature that could spit fire. They soon realized there were no further signs of monsters in the building. Rikudo theorized that with the boss monster defeated, smaller ones might begin to appear. The trio secured the fire doors, clearing up to the second floor, which they deemed sufficient for now. Their next objective was to return to the rooftop where the others were waiting. Upon their arrival, they found 4 survivors. Everyone was happy to see their friends return, referring to them as Nishi's patrol. A boy ran to the archer, expressing his unwavering faith in him. Another boy called out to Kotone and gave her a hug. It was Seiju-kun who expressed his immense relief that she was alive. In response, she called out Rikuto's name. Nishi observed this exchange, sensing that something peculiar was taking place. He asked if the boy was an acquaintance of the girl. The boy quickly introduced himself as Seiju Shinjiru, clarifying that he was Kotone's boyfriend. Sakura was intrigued upon hearing this information. Kotone became embarrassed, but her boyfriend reassured her that there was no reason to feel that way, mentioning that their parents had already approved of their relationship. He added that he was proud of everyone for having survived. He then thanked Nishi for saving the girl, but the archer redirected the praise, stating that the one who truly deserved gratitude was Rikuto. It was explained that the protagonist was the individual who had actually saved her. Amazed by this revelation, Sakura asked if it was really true. The conversation among the group continued on the rooftop. A boy named Stinger remarked on Nishi's earlier claim that Rikuto had easily defeated Takeda and questioned if this was indeed the same person. Rikuto replied that he should be referred to as Kuraga. A brief flashback showed the protagonist being held by the collar and mocked by his bullies. Kotone's boyfriend then thanked the protagonist, commenting that the girl had caused him a great deal of trouble. Rikuto dismissed this, saying it was not a problem. Seiju assured him that everything would be fine, and that he would take on the responsibility of protecting her from that point forward, asking Rikuto to leave Kotone in his care. Taking Kotone aside, her boyfriend suggested she should rest, noting her obvious exhaustion, but she insisted that she had something she needed to say to Rikuto. The protagonist and Nishi were left confused by this, while Sakura remained astonished by everything she had witnessed. The archer then thanked Sakura, explaining that the alcohol she had provided had saved their lives. She began to offer a scientific explanation of the monster's bodily composition, from its oxygen molecules to its circulatory system, and detailed how the alcohol had been effective. Nishi asked why she happened to have a syringe filled with ethanol, and she paused, trying to formulate an answer. Before she could respond, Oyama-sensei interrupted, requesting that Rikuto explain the entire situation. After the explanation, the group reached a consensus that their circumstances were unfavorable. The archer reported that they had found no other survivors besides Tachibana, which was not a good sign. The news saddened the remaining students. It was determined that the lower floors of the building were secure, as the fire doors had been closed, providing them with decent places to sleep. Nishi declared that under these conditions they could endure for a while longer. The teacher then took command, ordering everyone to gather supplies and establish a secure base. 2 boys were heard mocking him, calling him an idiot. The students began the process of establishing a new base. With mutual cooperation, everyone started to organize a living space, with each person contributing in any way they could. Rikuto was seen undertaking the grim task of carrying the bodies of the deceased by himself. A girl named Kotabun remarked on how awful it was of Oyama to make Rikuto handle such a task alone. The protagonist replied that someone had to do it, and that the bodies needed to be removed from their living area before they began to decompose. The girl asked what he planned to do after gathering all the bodies, and he admitted that burying them all would be a difficult undertaking. Rikuto decided to move the bodies to the rooftop, hoping another solution for their removal would present itself. Tachibana agreed with his decision. Frustrated, Rikuto continued carrying the body bags, reflecting on the strangeness of the situation. One of the bodies he carried belonged to a boy who had frequently bullied him in class. Lost in thought, he entertained the dark idea that all the bullies and even the neglectful teachers deserved to die, imagining that if they were all gone, he could finally laugh. At that moment, Kotone's voice interrupted his thoughts. He concluded that he wouldn't be able to laugh even then, which was the worst feeling of all. Rikuto added that he had been unable to laugh since the traumatic events began, wondering if it was some form of divine punishment. Tachibana told him that he was a hero and always had been, both in the present and in the past. The word hero surprised the protagonist. The girl then offered to help him with the bodies. He questioned if she was sure, given that it was a shocking sight for a girl to witness, but she insisted it was okay. She felt it was something she should not turn away from, and the boy accepted her help. As the two continued on their way, someone called out to Kurogane. When he turned, the person lunged at him, initiating a physical struggle that frightened Tachibana. It was the girl's furious boyfriend, who demanded to know what the protagonist was doing with her. Angrily, he grabbed the girl by the arm, stating that Rikuto did not need her help to perform such a disgusting task. Rikuto lay on the ground, watching the scene unfold, completely unable to understand what was happening. Seiju mocked him, suggesting that the boy was clever for thinking Kotone would handle his dirty work. He added that the protagonist should feel ashamed for wanting a girl to perform such a horrible task. Hearing this, Kotone intervened to defend her friend, stating that she had been the one to offer her help. Her boyfriend claimed he understood the situation, asserting his certainty that she had been coerced into it as a result of her rescue. She questioned what he was talking about. Seiju then threatened to inform everyone about what had just transpired. The protagonist, though still confused by the situation, remained silent. Kotone again tried to defend the boy, asking why her boyfriend would do something so terrible to her friend, but he sternly told her to be quiet. Rikuto stated that he was indifferent and that the boy could do as he pleased. Realizing he could not provoke a reaction from the protagonist, the girl's boyfriend laughed nervously. He remarked that the boy was a skilled bluffer, despite appearing to be on the verge of snapping. Finally, he pulled his girlfriend by the arm, declaring that she had no business being there. The protagonist continued carrying the bodies but glanced back over his shoulder. At that moment, Kotone wrenched her arm free from Seiju, surprising everyone. She announced that she had heard enough. A desperate Seiju asked what she was doing. Pouring out her feelings, the girl confessed that she had only been polite to him because of their parents' social standing, but she could no longer tolerate it. The boy was unable to comprehend this, stating his belief that they would be together forever. She began to cry, which made her boyfriend even more desperate. Rikuto stepped in, asking them to conduct their argument elsewhere as they were disrupting his work, but he was told to shut up. He insisted, directing his request to Kotone not to cause trouble, while Seiju continued to assert that no one would be able to protect her. Shocked by his words, the girl found it bizarre that her boyfriend would speak of protection, accusing him of having used her as a sacrifice to ensure his own survival. Realizing his actions had been exposed, the boyfriend called Tachibana clueless, but she affirmed that she had figured everything out. A flashback revealed the moment the monsters attacked, and everyone fled. The couple had been in a school hallway. She had suggested the rooftop as a potentially safe location. As they neared it, Seiju had intentionally tripped her. Kotone fell to the ground and was abandoned by the boy. Desperately, she had begged him to wait, but he had ignored her pleas as the monsters closed in. Terrified, she had spotted a nearby locker and, not wanting to die, had hidden inside. With the entire story revealed, Seiju became enraged. He called her account a lie, expressing disbelief that she would say such a thing. Tachibana remained firm, stating there was no possibility she was mistaken about what occurred. She concluded by declaring that she could no longer trust the person she had once called her boyfriend, adding that she had always felt they should never have been together. Furiously, the girl demanded to be forgotten by her ex, stating her wish to never see him again for the rest of her life. After hearing everything, Seiju asked Kotone if she harbored any feelings for Rikuto. He then burst into laughter, leaving her confused and worried. Irritated, he ordered her to be quiet. He then attempted to punch her, declaring that she should only do as he commanded. Before the punch could land, Rikuto intervened, grabbing the boy's hand. Once again, he calmly requested that they both allow him to work in peace. He patiently released Seiju's hand. Seiju then remarked that Rikuto had always possessed a different aura, despite his constant association with hooligans who looked like death. Finally, Kotone's ex-boyfriend asked why everyone who used to bully Rikuto had ended up dead. Tachibana interjected, telling him he was going too far. In response, Seiju merely scoffed. Rikuto then stated that he wanted to ask the boy a question. He directly inquired about the purpose of the slander campaign, adding that he did not care, as it would do nothing to make Seiju any more important. Angrily, Seiju called him a dark person and questioned how he dared to lecture a model student. Seiju attempted to start a fight, and while Kotone tried to step in, she was told to stay out of it. Losing control, the ex-boyfriend declared that someone like Rikuto should leave for the benefit of everyone. The protagonist remained entirely unfazed. Seiju continued his provocations, stating that Kurogane was not special just because he had fought a monster. Rikuto noted that Seiju was approaching with karate strikes, which likely indicated a high rank in the martial art. Aware of the other boy's intent, Rikuto thanked him, but declared that he would not engage in a fight. He was called a coward, but responded that he did not care. Kurogane asserted that whether Seiju liked it or not, he considered himself a friend of Tachibana's, and for that reason, he would not harm him. Seiju completely lost his temper at this refusal and still attempted to initiate a fight, yelling in irritation that Rikuto did not know when to be quiet. With years of dojo training, Rikuto knew he could defend himself. He easily dodged the first punch. A subsequent kick aimed at him also missed its mark. Seiju came to the realization that after facing a giant monster, nothing could intimidate Kurogane anymore, acknowledging the protagonist's immense mental fortitude. After another attempted strike, Rikuto sidestepped, causing the ex-boyfriend to fall hard onto one of the body bags. He was shocked to see a corpse through a tear in the bag. Mockingly, Kurogane asked if the boy intended to help him carry the bodies. Now, even angrier, Seiju grabbed a piece of wood as a weapon. At that moment, everyone heard a noise. Looking around, they saw Nishi observing them. The archer asked what was happening. Rikuto claimed it was nothing, but his friend clearly disagreed. The tension between the boys remained palpable. Nishi, understanding the situation, became suspicious and asked Tachibana if she was okay with what was transpiring. Seiju finally gave up, stating that everything was fine before leaving the area. He walked past the archer with an irritated expression. Nishi reflected that Seiju excelled in both his studies and in sports, noting his obsession with Kotone and hoping he would not cause a fight over her. Rikuto asked why his friend was there, and Nishi replied that his own task had settled down, so he had come to help. He apologized for leaving all the work to Rikuto, but the latter dismissed it as nothing. The two then exchanged a fist bump, and Tachibana felt a sense of happiness witnessing the friendship between them. They decided to take the bodies to the rooftop and reconvene later to discuss their next steps. Some time passed, and night fell. Everyone gathered in the makeshift shelter, where the teacher observed his students. A box of supplies was deemed sufficient for them to remain there for a while. The students generally found Oyama to be annoying. Nishi mentioned he was not hungry, while Rikuto, in contrast, was enjoying a variety of food. He warned his friends that if they did not eat, they would die. The archer agreed, but stated he could not bring himself to eat at that moment. A scream was suddenly heard, confusing everyone. It was Sakura, who was looking at her phone and wondering why it would not work. Nishi approached her to ask what was wrong. He noticed she had a phone charger, and the girl explained that she had found it and wanted to charge her phone but was unable to. The boy pondered this, suggesting it might have already been used, but Sakura insisted it was new, as it had still been in its packaging. They concluded that the phones from which the monsters had emerged should be collected. Sakura felt sad, as she had hoped to get online and find information, lamenting the lack of internet access. Kotone questioned if the internet would even function without power. The blonde girl replied that it would, explaining that they were in a model city for development that did not require external electricity to function. Nishi admitted he did not understand any of it, but expressed a desire to learn more. Sakura then theorized that if she had a phone, a monster would not emerge from it. One of the other boys presented her with a device. It was Kurogane, who asked if it was a smartphone that did not produce monsters. He explained that his own had been broken before the incident, so nothing had come out of it. Nishi speculated that this might be because the phone was broken. Kotone noted that the device was the same model as hers. Their friend observed this, remarking that it was a very old model they used to have. As the conversation continued, Sakura wondered if the phone could be repaired. Kujo began to consider ways to fix the device, stating that she was starting to see a glimmer of hope. Still at the school, Nishi warned everyone that at their current pace, the situation would only worsen, and the food they had found would only last for 3 days. Rikuto added that their supply of weapons was limited and that his steel pipe was still superior to their available armament. The brown-haired boy continued, summarizing that they were all in significant trouble. However, he emphasized that there was still hope. According to Kujo, it was possible to fix Kurogane's phone by using the right tools and salvaging parts from Tachibana's phone. With a hesitant and forced smile, the blonde girl stammered that she could probably fix the phone, while the other students looked at her with worried expressions. With a sarcastic tone, the protagonist thanked Takeda for having broken his phone earlier. Angrily, the bully yelled, questioning what good fixing the phone would accomplish. He was quickly rebutted by Tuya, who explained that with a repaired device, they could use the internet to learn more about the ongoing situation. She added that they could potentially communicate with other survivors and gather information about emergency shelters. As she spoke, expressions of hope began to appear on the faces of the other students. Kotone asked Sakura about the school's computers. Kujo responded that, like the phones, they were all inoperative. The rescued girl found this nonsensical, but Kujo elaborated that even though the computers were off when the monsters appeared, their connection terminals had been destroyed. Grabbing her blonde hair, the girl complained that this phenomenon was giving her a headache. Despite his own worries, Nishi tried to remain focused, stating that only a phone that was already broken before the chaos began stood a chance of accessing the internet. He asserted that their top priority should be to contact others who were as fortunate as Rikuto, a point with which Rikuto agreed. With the goal of finding the necessary tools, The boy with the steel pipe asked Sakura if the general discount store was truly their best option. Although she looked doubtful, the girl conceded that it seemed like a good idea. Two frightened girls joined the conversation, suggesting that everyone should head there immediately to search for both weapons and food. Sensei Wayama shouted for them to wait, declaring his opposition to the plan on the grounds that it was too dangerous. Kurogane retorted that if they did not go, they would eventually succumb to their circumstances. The indignant teacher stressed the possibility of rescue arriving before the worst could happen. An argument ensued, with the teacher warning that monsters were everywhere. The boy refuted this, pointing out that fortunately the store was not far from their current location. Rikudo emphasized that if they traveled by car, the plan should be feasible, and he pleaded with the teacher to take them. The request was met with a terrified expression from the man. Tuya insisted that this was their only option, as it was less dangerous than traveling on foot. Terrified and in denial, the teacher begged them to reconsider, yelling that going was out of the question because he needed to protect the students and that staying was for their own benefit. Concerned, the boy with the bow reflected that this was becoming a problem. In a move that shocked everyone, Kotoni stood up and decisively announced that she knew how to drive and would do it. A surprised Nishi questioned how she could drive without a license. She explained that when she was younger, her grandfather had frequently allowed her to drive his truck on his farm. Her enraged boyfriend joined the discussion to stop her, but the girl told him to stay out of it. Kurogane asked if she was certain about her decision, reminding her that it was deadly outside and that even a car might not be completely safe, which made the girl anxious. The long-haired girl replied that she did not wish to meet her end, but at the current rate, she had no real understanding of what was happening and refused to let it end that way. She added that if there was even a slight chance of success, it was better to try. The boy with the steel pipe, with an admiring look, expressed his understanding and told her he was counting on her and her strength. Her boyfriend became furious at this. Just then, an equally enraged Wayama slammed his fist on a chopping board, startling the students. He demanded to know why they were making decisions without his input. Yelling, he declared that as the teacher, he was responsible for their protection and would not permit them to do as they pleased. Nishi attempted to intervene, arguing that something needed to be done, but the man, consumed by anger, told him to be quiet. As the students listened in fear, the teacher continued his tirade, calling Tuya a mere brat and insisting that everyone must do only as he commanded. He added that if they rationed their food, it would last for a week and that they should all wait for rescue, questioning if they couldn't see that this was the best course of action. The boy countered, asking why the teacher failed to realize it was a terrible idea. The man scolded him for his tone, but the boy persisted, questioning where it was actually safe and whether the teacher had truly seen the monsters. As the student declared that no place was safe, a blue, slime-like substance began to drip from the ceiling, landing on Tani. Tani began to scream for help as the monster enveloped his body, sending a wave of terror through the onlookers. In that moment, Kurogane charged at the creature with his steel pipe, shouting that common sense was irrelevant in their new reality and that no place was truly safe. As he struck the slime directly, he added that simply sitting and waiting would only lead to a worse outcome. The other students questioned what the creature was as the boy continued his assault. Tani, consumed by panic, kept pleading for help. Rikudo announced that he was working on a solution and told him to hold on as he grabbed a large blanket. He then shouted for Nishi, who signaled his understanding. The students observed that the slime could dissolve human flesh, but seemed unable to affect the synthetic fibers in clothing. Then, in a coordinated effort on a count of 3, one of them threw the blanket over the creature, while the other pulled Tani free from the monster's grasp. A terrified Kunju asked if they had truly managed to get the creature off of Tani. The boy with the steel pipe, despite having landed numerous blows, realized his fear had been confirmed. The monster had sustained no damage. He recalled that in most video games, slimes were resistant to physical attacks and were only vulnerable to magic. This gave him the idea to set the creature on fire, but Tuya did not know how. Sakura then appeared with a flammable liquid, which she poured onto the slime before lighting a match, hoping it would work. A large explosion followed. The girl noticed that the monster had evaporated, and Rikuto remarked that fire appeared to be its weakness, thanking her for her assistance. He then remembered Tani, but Nishi informed him that tragically they had been too late. Takeda, kneeling on the ground, desperately cried out his friend's name. A confused sensei appeared, wondering what had just occurred. The hero asked if the teacher now understood the gravity of their situation. He explained that if they had been any slower, Everyone could have met the same fate as Tani. He angrily questioned if they were truly going to remain there, waiting for a rescue that might never arrive. The teacher collapsed to the ground, lamenting that he did not understand and telling the students they could do as they wished. Leaving the school, Tuya, Kirigane, Kuju, and Takabana eliminated all the monsters they encountered on their path. The group of 4 decided to hurry before more threats could appear. They located Ueyama's car and handed the key to Kotone. She noticed that the car had an automatic transmission. Nishi asked if she knew how to drive it, and the girl confirmed that she did, though she admitted to being more familiar with a manual transmission. The brown-haired boy laughed in relief and praised her. Interrupting the moment, Sakura questioned if her presence was truly necessary. The archer stated that it was obvious she had to go, as she was the only one who knew the specific parts and tools required to fix the phone. Sweating nervously and laughing awkwardly, the girl agreed to go. As she got into the car, the blonde sighed and lamented internally about her short life, while Tuya wondered what she was carrying in her backpack. Stego then appeared, declaring that he would be coming along, as it was his duty to protect Takabana. The archer warned him not to cause any trouble, and the boy retorted that there was no need to worry, as he was not that foolish. Once inside the car, he added that, like everyone else, he did not want to die, and would do whatever was necessary to prevent that from happening. Nishi noticed Shinjiru's jealous expression as he looked at his girlfriend and Rikuto, hoping he wouldn't do anything reckless. The girl in the driver's seat asked if everyone was ready and then started the car. An excited Tuya replied in the affirmative, stating that everyone was counting on her. Sakura said she was fine, but silently wished she did not have to go. The protagonist confirmed that everything was set, and they departed toward their destination. From the school, the remaining students watched them leave. One student then suggested they should hurry and begin burning the bodies on the rooftop, in accordance with Kurogani's recommendations. Sensei Ueyama, holding a type of sword, struck the ground furiously and told the girl to be quiet. Angrily, he stated that he did not want to hear about the boy anymore and that he could handle the corpses upon his return, as he was the one in charge. He concluded by demanding that everyone do only as he commanded. Somewhere in the city at that same time, the team drove through streets infested with monsters that attempted to attack them as soon as they heard the engines roar. Panicking, Takabana ran over one of the creatures. Rikuto praised and comforted her. Nishi, observing the scene from the sunroof, commented that driving was the correct choice, as the smaller monsters were unable to reach them. His expression shifted to one of concern as he spotted a massive creature, prompting him to ask the driver to alter their course. Sakura, holding the map, instructed Kotan to return to the last 4-way intersection and make a right turn. The protagonist, seated in the passenger seat, offered words of encouragement, stating that everyone was counting on her, while her boyfriend watched angrily from the back seat. Through the sunroof, the hero with the bow observed enormous flying monsters and wolf-like creatures devouring people on the streets below. He shouted that it felt as though the world had come to an end. Kurogane asked if there were any signs of survivors, and the boy responded that there were none. The blonde girl theorized that other people were likely alive and hiding somewhere, and that their group was the abnormal one for venturing out. Suddenly, Seiju ordered them to stop the car. His girlfriend complied and asked what was wrong, while Tuya inquired if he had seen something. The boy pointed ahead, indicating that approximately 50 meters away, there was likely a convenience store where they could find food. He then suggested that they should check it out, a sentiment with which Kuju agreed. From the front seat, Rikuto pointed out that there should also be food at their final destination, but the boy snapped back that no one had asked for his opinion. Shinju questioned if the protagonist was going to claim it was too dangerous. Rikuto countered by asking if his opinion was not valid. The already irritated boy in the back seat retorted that just because Rikuto had taken the initiative to fight monsters, it did not give him the right to act like the leader. Nishi joined the discussion, stating that Kurogane was merely expressing his opinion. Sakura agreed, adding that everyone should try to get along. Tachibana also scolded her boyfriend, who grumbled in response. Meanwhile, the archer reflected on their course of action, considering there was no guarantee they would find food at their destination, especially if it was overrun with monsters. His thoughts were interrupted when the boy in the passenger seat remarked that there was no perfect choice or answer in their situation. He continued, emphasizing that he was not even sure if leaving the school had been the right decision, but now that they had committed to it, he planned to give it his all. He concluded by expressing his trust in his friend's judgment and stating that he would not complain regardless of the outcome. Turia, taking charge, asserted that food was essential and that they should seize every opportunity to gather supplies, asking for everyone's agreement. 5 minutes later, they arrived at a location called Honolulu Coffee. They asked Shinju if this was the correct place, and he confirmed it was. Sakura urged them to be careful, and Nishi added that if anything felt wrong, they would leave immediately. Upon entering, they were met with empty shelves. However, the protagonist noted one positive aspect. There appeared to be no monsters in the store. The hero with the bow reflected that the absence of food likely meant that other survivors or creatures had already cleared the place out. Kurogen then found some canned food that seemed to be untouched. They decided to gather as many useful items as they could find. 15 minutes later, they had collected a good amount of supplies and bags, looking satisfied with their haul. Just then, Seiju heard a noise originating from behind a door. They opened it and asked if anyone was there, but found no one, only a cardboard box that appeared to contain bread. The boys stared at the box, both intrigued and confused. Shinju approached and confirmed that the contents were indeed bread, growing excited about the find. A concerned Rikuto asked him to wait. The irritated boy questioned what the problem was, emphasizing that he was the one who had found the supplies. The hero with the steel pipe countered, stating that something felt off about the situation. He continued, questioning if it wasn't strange that there was blood around the box, and if it didn't seem like something had happened there. Still irritated, the other boy asked what could have possibly occurred. The protagonist replied that he did not know, but drew attention to something written on the ground. Stating that he had a bad feeling, he warned that it would be better to stay away from the box. The boy in the gray vest, in a mocking and irritated tone, accused the other of saying this only so he could come back later in secret to take the box and claim the credit for himself. Nishi called his attention to this remark. Holding the box with both hands, the boy shouted that he had been the one to find it and that the box was his. Abruptly, a large red eye materialized and stared at Seiju, who became terrified. He dropped the box forcefully to the ground and screamed in horror. The girls in the car heard the scream and, frightened, wondered what was happening. At that moment, Sakura urged Kotone to duck down and hide. Monsters resembling giant lizards, carrying spears tipped with severed heads, appeared while making some kind of growling noise. Scared, the girls huddled together inside the vehicle. Meanwhile, a creature with a single eye and 9 tentacles attacked the boys inside the store. Rikuto charged at it with his steel pipe and landed a direct hit, while the boy in the vest watched with an irritated expression. The protagonist, panting and looking at the now broken box, concluded that the monster must be a mimic, reminding him of a creature he had previously only encountered in a game. Nishi then shouted, alerting him that something was happening outside. The hidden boys observed the fantastical beings standing still. Korigane identified them as lizard men, who seemed to be investigating something. His friend noted that this was a bad development given their numbers. Seeing that they had not yet been spotted, the two decided to wait for the monsters to move on, recognizing that they could not handle 5 of them at once. Toyo expressed his concern for the girls' safety. One of the lizard men approached the car and shattered the window with its spear. Kotone screamed, and the boys, terrified, were at a loss for what to do now that the girls had been discovered. They decided to advance together. Seiju, however, was too terrified to move, so the other boys proceeded without him. As Kujo was being pulled from the car, she tried to reason with the monster, shouting that she was not appetizing. Outside the vehicle, the girls faced what they believed to be their imminent end, when suddenly, one of the monsters was struck down. Rikuto appeared with his steel pipe, bravely engaging the creatures. He shouted for Tachibana to take care of Sakura, instructing her to leave him behind and escape with Nishi if the situation worsened. Surrounded by 3 lizard men, the protagonist found himself cornered. Just then, an arrow struck one of the monsters, felling it. Tubia, still hidden, thought that if he were discovered, he would lose his tactical advantage, and a 1-on-3 fight would be overwhelming, just as his friend had predicted. The boy hero wondered if this would be his end, but as he fought, he refused to be defeated. A boy appeared on the roof of the store and began striking one of the monsters directly with rocks, surprising Rikuto. He continued to throw rocks with all his might, while Nishi fired his arrows. Another boy with platinum hair then appeared, taking down another creature with a pair of brass knuckles. Though he did not know these new allies, Kurogane seized the opportunity to finish off the remaining lizard men. With all of them defeated, the protagonist thanked one of the unknown boys for saving him. The girls, overjoyed to have found other survivors, ran toward them. Tubiya noticed that the boys were from the same school, identifiable by their uniforms. Remembering that the area was still dangerous, he urged everyone to leave quickly. The boy with green eyes then suggested they accompany them to a hideout. He deferred to the other boy, referring to him as Senpai, who made a face indicating he was not entirely pleased with the idea. A relieved Nishi remarked that he thought their end had come. Rikuto stated that if one does not give up, luck can sometimes intervene. Tachibana then told everyone to get into the car. The boy who had been throwing rocks was surprised to learn that she could drive. 10 minutes passed, and the strangers introduced themselves. The red-haired boy stated his name was Aizu Tamada, and his friend was called Yamaka Takashi Senpai. He then pointed to what he called his secret base, a large hotel. Getting out of the car, the group of friends was shocked, wondering if what they were seeing was real. Aizu Tamada explained that it was a sensible place for a refuge, as there would not be many people around, which meant fewer phones from which monsters could emerge. The boy, noticing Tubiya's reaction, stepped forward and clarified that he and his friend did not have a strained relationship. The hero of the bow replied that he had not thought that. He then suggested that they exchange information. An irritated Seiju told them to do whatever they wanted. Confused, the two new boys seemed bothered by his attitude, but Nishi advised them not to mind him, explaining that he was just a little on edge. Tauta then stated there was not much to tell. He had been returning from school when he was attacked and, relying on his speed, had managed to stay ahead of the monsters. He explained, however, that he ended up surrounded, and that was when Yamaka appeared and saved him. The boy described his friend as being very strong, crediting him with finding the hotel and stating that he would not still be alive without him. It was then that the hero of the arrows realized he had heard about the boy with platinum hair before. Recalling the information, he affirmed his memory of Takashi being a hardcore delinquent, someone who made Takeda and his gang seem insignificant by comparison. His alleged crimes included significant violence, drug trafficking, connections with the Yakuza, and even murder. Lost in thought, he considered that the rumors now seemed untrue as he observed the genuine friendship Takashi shared with the green-eyed boy. Returning to the conversation, the green-eyed boy recounted that monsters were everywhere and that they had gone out in search of food, which is how they ended up encountering the group at the store. Rikujo then asked if they were the ones who had left the warning near the cardboard box, but they claimed to have no knowledge of what he was talking about. Embarrassed, the hero of the steel pipe told him to let it go. Tauta then stated that was the extent of their knowledge and asked if Nishi knew anything more. On their way into the hotel, the boy recounted the entire story from the beginning. The green-eyed boy was relieved to learn there were still people safe at the school. Full of hope, he asked if fixing Kurigani's phone would enable them to call for help, but a less optimistic Tuya admitted that the chances were slim. Interrupting the conversation, Rikujo got straight to the point and questioned what the two new boys planned to do next, adding that it was fine if they did not wish to join them. Sakura then commented with disappointment that, in her case, she had indeed been forced to go, which left the boys looking on, puzzled. Yamaoka announced that he would go with them, a decision that surprised his friend Tauta. He continued, stating that he would not hold anyone back, but would serve as a meat shield. Nishi replied that having him along would be very helpful. Takeshi then asked his friend what he wanted to do, saying it was fine if he preferred to go to the school. The boy responded that if Takeshi was going, he would go too, adding that he was also a man and needed to contribute. A happy Kurigani remarked to the hero of the arrows that it was a good thing they had stopped at the convenience store, and his friend agreed. Contradicting their optimism, Yamaoka then pointed out that their plan was very reckless. He explained that many people lived in the area, meaning the number of monsters would be much higher. Therefore, they needed a detailed entry plan to identify safe and dangerous zones, stressing that caution was mandatory. He continued, stating that protecting the key to their plan, Kuju, must be their top priority. She was surprised by this statement. The duo of heroes agreed that they had been hasty and did not want to jeopardize their mission by rushing. The platinum-haired boy then clarified that he would not handle the details of the main plan. He was merely a soldier, and they could use him as they saw fit. A brainstorming session then commenced to construct the final plan, with Sadu excluded and sitting in a corner. After the meeting, everyone returned to the car and made repeated trips. They focused solely on finding a safe route, and despite obstacles, they managed to overcome them by working together. After several days, they reached their final destination. Rikuto commented that if they had rushed, they would have ended up as monster food. The girls were relieved to have arrived, and Sakura remarked that it felt like centuries since she had last been to that place. Yamaoka noticed his friend Aiza's legs were trembling, and the boy claimed it was the tremor of a warrior's excitement before battle. Everyone moved forward, while Sadhu lingered behind. Kurogane told everyone to remain alert, and Nishi added that from that point on, they would face challenges as they arose. Back outside the school, flying monsters dominated both the ground and the skies. One of the students revealed that the remaining survivors had been subsisting on pieces of bread. Sitting on the floor, a boy with his hands on his head was in a state of breakdown, wondering how much longer they would have to live like that. Two girls were talking, one of them expressing her worry for Sakura as they had not heard from the group since they left. Enomoto, feeling hungry, approached the teacher, who was sitting and devouring an entire loaf of bread by himself. The girl pleaded, asking if it might be possible for him to share a little more, as everyone was extremely hungry. Irritated, the sensei slammed his weapon on the ground and ordered her to forget it. He stood up angrily and shouted that they did not comprehend how precious food was at that moment, telling the girl to be quiet and do as he commanded. Takeda, visibly upset, muttered to his friend that while they were all starving, Oyama was stuffing himself. Still attempting to reason with him, the young girl warned that at their current rate, they would not last until the others returned. The man retorted that the group had likely already been devoured by monsters. A worried Enomoto remarked that such a statement was a horrible thing to say, pointing out that the young people had only ventured out to help everyone. The teacher, with a dark expression, held the girl by the waist and suggested that if she did something for him, he would make a special exception. Distressed, the girl screamed for him to stop. The man laughed, claiming he was just trying to lighten the mood, as the bullies observed the situation angrily. Meanwhile, as the survivors at the school approached their breaking point, a pile of bodies on the rooftop was being consumed by creatures. At the same time, Rikuto's group was navigating through an area that appeared to be devoid of threats. The hero with the steel pipe questioned what this could mean. Nishi responded, theorizing that there must be a large creature somewhere nearby. He explained that while there were many types of monsters in areas where a particularly powerful aberration was present, the number of smaller creatures tended to be lower, much like bosses in video games. Confused, the Arrow hero tried to understand why the monsters were identical to those in games, remarking that, thanks to this, naming them would not be a problem. Kurogane agreed with his friend, suggesting that someone must be aware of the names, and replied that there must be some kind of governing rule. Refocusing the group, Yamaoka stated that achieving their goal was the current priority. Sometime later, the group arrived on a floor filled with electronics, tools, and chemical products. Kuju ran toward the shelves in a state of extreme happiness, declaring her intention to live there, which made Takuchibana laugh. Dividing the tasks, Rikuto asked Aizu and Kotone to assist the tech-savvy girl, and both agreed without hesitation. Seku and Nishi were assigned to protect the three of them, while the hero with the steel pipe and the boy with platinum hair were tasked with patrolling the area. Admiring the available products, Akakura began to strategize how to modify the devices. Her friend, trying to understand, questioned what she was doing. She responded that she planned to replace the CPU of the broken phone with a component she had just found. Inhaling the scent of solder, the girl grew excited and asked Takuchibana if she felt the same, while Aizu seemed embarrassed by her behavior. On guard, the two boys kept watch. Kurogane walked through the eerily silent place, which unsettled him. It was then that he found a note stuck to a shelf, stating that intruders would be eliminated. This intrigued him, as he noticed it was the same handwriting as the warning on the floor of the first store. Suddenly, footsteps were heard, and an enormous creature that appeared to be made of stone, with a glowing light where its neck should be, approached. It announced that a heat source had been detected. Analyzing the monster, the hero concluded that it was a golem. Preparing to attack, the humanoid roared that an intruder had been identified and must be eliminated. It charged at Rikuto, who quickly countered with his weapon. However, the monster dodged the blow, surprising him with its speed. Striking again, the boy landed a solid hit on the golem, but he reflected that the attack seemed to be ineffective against the creature. Just as Kurogane was about to be struck directly, Takeshi appeared and delivered a powerful punch to the stone being. The golem fell but quickly rose to its feet, growling. Frustrated, Yamoka believed that hitting its core would be the key to defeating it. Rikuto suggested that they cautiously search for a weak point. Taking the lead, the brass-knuckle hero instructed his friend to follow his commands, and he agreed. A hand-to-hand fight then began, with the boy with platinum hair dodging blows and landing multiple punches. Observing the combat, his partner admired the other boy's strength, wondering if his fighting style was a form of boxing. He reflected that even among professional fighters, it was rare to find someone with such power. His thoughts then turned to concern, as he noticed that the monster was resistant to this type of impact. The golem struck the head of the brass knuckle hero, causing him to start bleeding. This made his friend realize their situation was dire, as they were losing their advantage. Suddenly having a memory lapse, Kurogane finally understood the meaning of the note he had found earlier and shouted for Takeshi to retreat. Using all his strength, the boy struck the head of the stone being with his steel pipe. The monster shattered into pieces, leaving Yamoka puzzled about what had just transpired. The rest of the group came running, asking what was going on and whether the boys were all right. Nishi questioned what had happened to the pile of stones, and his friend replied that it had been a golem. Shocked, the hero of the arrows asked if Rikuto had been the one to defeat it. He confirmed that he had, remembering a game where the solution was located in the monster's head. An excited Tuya remarked that their adventure was becoming increasingly fantastic. Seiyu tried to downplay the victory by asking if it was just a small creature, but Takeshi denied this. He then praised the steel pipe hero, expressing his impression with the boy's ability to read movements and notice the letters on the monster's head using his kinetic vision. He concluded by stating that the boy was someone he could trust for assistance, and his friend thanked him. The green-eyed boy appeared and also praised his friend, saying he wanted Yamoka to trust him as well. Shinjiro displayed a look of irritation. The bow hero then suggested that with the enemy defeated, everyone could return to their tasks. Noticing the thoughtful expression on Kurogane's face, he asked what was wrong. His friend responded that the creature seemed too weak to be the area's boss. A large purple sphere then began to rush toward the group at high speed. Sakura, sensing danger, asked if a noise didn't sound like it was getting closer. The giant sphere suddenly appeared above an escalator, catching everyone off guard. Nishi wondered if it was another boulder, but the blonde girl, confused, stated that it made no sense, as they were inside a store. Just before Tachibana was hit, the steel pipe hero pushed her to safety. The sphere then revealed a large, glowing purple eye. Standing up, it transformed into a massive humanoid figure with the eye positioned in the middle of its chest. Rikuto told his bow-wielding friend that this one was definitely the boss, sweating profusely as he stammered that this was bad news. Speaking the same words as the smaller stone golem, the purple creature announced its need to eliminate the intruders. With its massive arm, it attempted to crush the group, but struck the ground instead, creating a large hole. Due to the creature's size, the steel pipe hero noted that it would be very difficult to hit the letters on the golem's head. Tuya stepped forward and shouted for his friend to leave it to him. Then, firing his arrows, he attempted to hit the engraved letter on the stone. Without success, the boy realized he couldn't even scratch the surface, and a terrified Kuju questioned the fairness of the situation. Worryingly, the golem seemed to prepare to fire a purple energy beam. The blonde girl noticed what was about to happen, and the bow hero yelled for everyone to get out of the way. Kurogane, panicking, shouted for everyone to run. They all began to flee desperately, just as the monster released its power in the direction of what seemed to be the steel pipe hero. A large, blazing hole opened in the ground where the beam had struck. Fortunately, 4 of them managed to hide behind a wall, panting and terrified, while Rikuto stood shocked by the creature's immense power. Tachibana asked if Nishi was okay, but her friend, holding him, revealed that the attack had left him severely injured. The girl wondered about the well-being of her other friends. Rikuto, despite his own worry, stated that for now they needed to focus on what they could do. The boy suggested that everyone head to the underground parking lot, proposing that if the others were safe, they could meet them there. Seiju, however, disliked the idea. Irritated and afraid, he started yelling that there was no way to reach the stairs without the monster seeing them. Kurogane, however, agreed with him, stating there was no way to get there without leaving his injured friend behind, something he was absolutely unwilling to do. The creature continued its noisy approach. Confused, the others watched as the hero with the steel pipe took action. Leaving his hiding spot, he decided to confront the monster directly. While creating a distraction, he signaled for the others to run toward the stairs. As he ran, he thought about the creature's attack patterns, concluding that it reacted to heat and aggression. Therefore, for the others to reach the stairs safely, the flare he had given to his friends needed to be thrown. He reasoned that if it distracted the golem, even for a brief moment, he would be able to escape. However, he knew that if the monster spotted them, their plan would be finished. This was the only way for everyone to get out of the situation unharmed. Kotone shouted to signal her readiness, and Rikuto gave the command for her to throw the flare. Just as the girl was about to throw it, her boyfriend interfered, causing the flare to roll down a staircase and ruin their plan. In a panic, Tachibana questioned Seiju, who claimed he had to do it because the monster could have turned on them before she threw the object. The monster then struck Kurage directly. Slamming against a wall, the boy cried out in pain. His worried friend screamed his name, but he told her to stay where she was. He insisted she should not worry about him and should get out of there to take care of Nishi. He also warned the girl's boyfriend that he had better take care of her, to which Shinjiro muttered angrily. Cynically, the boy suggested they should leave, claiming it was too late for Rikuto, which angered the girl. In a surprising move, she punched the boy in the face. He fell to the ground in shock as she ran to help the steel pipe hero. Facing the golem, which seemed to be charging its power, the panting boy appeared to be confronting his imminent doom. Alone, he reflected that he had given his all since that fateful day. But in the end, he felt he could not do anything, and a memory of his late brother came to mind. He came to the conclusion that his brother had been right about him. Just then, Kotone appeared and with great agility grabbed the boy, pulling him out of the path of the energy beam. Dazed, he did not understand what was happening as the girl clung to him, and they fell to the ground together. He warned her that her actions had been very irresponsible. Grabbing his collar, she shouted, questioning how he could give up so easily. She continued, insisting that he was not that type of person. Confused, he asked how she could possibly know. Rikuto then remembered a time in his childhood when he had saved her from a group of boys and had kept fighting, no matter what. Standing up with his steel pipe in hand, he prepared to fight once more, realizing that, in the end, they were both still alive. An arrow suddenly struck the monster, which looked back to see the group reunited, including Mishi, who appeared to have recovered. The sight made Kurage and Tachibana happy. Aizu expressed his worry about having left them downstairs, but was glad they were okay. And Takeshi apologized for the delay. With that, everyone prepared for a massive counterattack. Tachibana and Rikuto stood before the monster. The boy attempted to strike his opponent with his weapon and succeeded. Mishi, accompanied by another man, watched the scene. The boy with the sword contemplated retreating, but was unsure if he should. A loud noise occurred, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Someone was knocking on the door. They realized it was the small golems ascending from the lower floor. The noise intensified, frightening Sakura, who described it as a desperate situation. Mishi asked Rikuto what they should do, stating that if things continued this way, they were finished. Quickly, the protagonist told the young man to keep firing his arrows, asserting that if he kept shooting at the same target, he would eventually succeed. The boy with the arrows called the monster an idiot, declaring that it would not last much longer. Rikuto stated that he needed to defeat it because he was still alive. The other students watched the scene, terrified. The word alive caught Sakura's attention. Stammering, the girl called out to Kurogane and Nishi. She stated that she might be able to do something, but would need a little time. Kuju explained that while they might not believe her, she could manage to defeat the monster. Rikuto encouraged his friend, saying he believed in her and would buy her the time she needed. With tears in her eyes, she indicated that Kurogane knew what she needed to do. She became emotional upon hearing the boy say he trusted her, which he confirmed, stating that she was not the type of person who would lie. The protagonist called for Nishi to come closer to him, and the boy quickly complied. Suspicious, a blonde boy questioned if Kuju could really accomplish what she was considering. She affirmed that she could, stating that Rikuto's trust in her meant she could not afford to fail. Yamaoka instructed the boys to help each other and asked Aizu to assist the girls. The monster, on the verge of attacking everyone in its frustration, loomed over them. Sakura crouched down and began to prepare the chemical potions. Kotan approached and asked if her friend was okay, noting that she was trembling significantly, but the young girl told her to be quiet. In a swift move, the monster tried to attack Kurogane, but he dodged. Nishi urged Kuju to act quickly. The girl announced that she was nearly finished and began to explain the experiment's mechanics, expressing her own doubts about her ability to succeed. She then recalled Rikuto's words of trust. Quickly, the girl added the final ingredient. The potion was ready, much to her delight. Sakura warned Kotan never to handle chemicals, as they are very dangerous. She explained that the next step was to throw the product at the monster's head, which would defeat it. Tachibana questioned how they could possibly hit the monster's head, which sent Kuju into a state of desperation. The little girl called herself an idiot, realizing she had not considered that part of the plan. However, Aizu grabbed the product. The boy ran with it in hand, asking if all he needed to do was throw it at the monster's head. He mentioned being on the baseball team and expressed confidence in his ability to make the throw. Sakura urged him to be careful with the liquid, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety. The giant opponent approached with great speed. Nishi became frustrated as he watched the monster getting closer. Suddenly, an explosion occurred directly on the monster's head. A sword-wielding boy was startled, wondering if that was the extent of their plan. Aiz then arrived, running with the chemical product and apologizing for the delay. He announced that it was a special delivery directly from Kuju. In one swift motion, he hurled the vial toward the monster's head. Kotan asked her friend what she had added to the mixture. Kuju explained that it was just some chemical reactions, but then admitted she had added nitrate and sulfuric acid to glycerin, creating nitroglycerin. Before she could finish her explanation, a massive explosion erupted. Everyone nearby was thrown back by the force. Aiz watched, his eyes shining with amazement at the feat. As the smoke cleared, the monster remained standing, and everyone observed it. The baseball boy questioned Kuju about the explosion, and she explained the properties of nitroglycerin, comparing her invention to dynamite. Sweating nervously, the others looked at her with half-desperate expressions. They scolded her, stating that she should have explained what the substance was beforehand. Someone then shouted for Sakura. The boys watched the scene of the explosion, and Rikudo concluded that, as a result of it, the area was now completely charred. Nishi declared that they had defeated the monster, but warned that Kuju's actions had been a bit reckless. She promised to be more careful in the future. The protagonist headed toward the door while being watched by his bow-wielding friend, who warned of potential danger if he opened it. However, upon opening the door, he discovered that all the smaller golems had been reduced to dust. Rikuto noted that he had not heard any banging on the door since the explosion. Nishi wondered if the monsters had exploded because their leader was defeated, and his friend, despite finding it illogical, believed that was the case. The protagonist went to Sakura and asked if she had managed to get the parts for the phone. The girl replied that she had only secured the bare minimum. He thanked her, saying that because of her, everyone had been saved, which made the girl emotional. The concerned bow-wielding boy stated that they should not remain in the area for long, and everyone decided to leave as quickly as possible. A kiss was attempted. Upon re-entering a room, Rikuto noticed that Seiju had tried to kiss Kotone, but she had slapped him. The ex-boyfriend tried to explain, claiming he had no choice, but the girl was furious. She stated her indifference to his excuses and expressed her hope that he would not come near her again. Nishi approached and asked what had happened between the two. A despondent Seiju left the room, walking past his friends, unable to believe what had just occurred. He screamed and ran up a nearby staircase. Realizing the danger, the bow-wielding boy shouted for him not to go too far, as there was still danger in the building. Ignoring him, Seiju kept running upstairs, his thoughts consumed by Kurogane. On the verge of a breakdown, the boy entered one of the rooms, pacing back and forth, consumed by the thought that Kotone belonged only to him and that everything was Rikuto's fault. He added that Rikuto should die, punctuating his thought by kicking several nearby boxes. Clearing the boxes from his path, Seiju discovered a coffin with a sword embedded in it. A note attached to the object warned that it was sealed and should not be touched, leaving the boy puzzled as to why such an item would be in a storage room. He examined the scene in its entirety, from the coffin and the blade to the warning note. In a reckless act, he removed the silver blade. A sound then began to emanate from within the coffin. The boy watched in shock as a skull appeared, emitting red lightning from its eyes. Desperate, he wondered what was happening as a skeletal hand moved swiftly toward him. Elsewhere, Nishi was searching for and calling out to Seiju, remarking that he had warned the boy about the dangers of venturing through the building alone. Someone then approached, catching his and his companion's attention. The two boys looked and realized it was the person they were looking for, asking if he had been there the entire time. Annoyed by the situation, the arrow-wielding boy scolded him, telling Kotone's ex that he should at least respond when they call his name. After the reprimand, the boy suggested they should all head back, as they had accomplished what they came to do. Nishi found it strange that the boy was in such a good mood. The white-haired man accompanying them wondered if he had been imagining things, as he had not noticed the boy's presence behind them at all. Later, everyone returned to the base. Sakura commented that the place already felt like her own home. In another area, someone was in front of a computer, celebrating an achievement. It was Kuju, and everyone was happy to see that she had managed to get the cell phone working. After working on both the device and a computer, the girl had finally established an online connection. The green-eyed boy remarked on the incredibility of her feat. Rikudo asked her to check for any information about nearby survivors or emergencies. She scanned social media, reporting that since the day the monsters appeared, there had been no updates from anyone. Something then caught Kuju's attention. A person in the city of Amishima had posted a request for help a few days prior, suggesting there might be survivors there. The protagonist noted that while the location was distant, it was not so far that they could not reach it. Kotone expressed that this was a glimmer of hope after several turbulent days. Seiju, who was nearby, overheard the entire conversation. He felt uneasy hearing their discussion, and a shadow was shown near him. Nishi stated that the next day, they would inform everyone at the school about their plan to go to Amishima to search for more survivors. Meanwhile, noises emanated from the school building, originating from one of the laboratories and growing louder. Owen was lying down as Ueyama attempted to attack her, with only their shadows visible. She pleaded to be released, while the man, holding a knife, told her it did not matter what she did, as nothing good would come of it. Terrifyingly, the man standing over the girl remarked on the beautiful sight he was seeing, adding that it was like heaven on earth. A flashback was then shown. Several bird-shaped monsters approached the school, descending upon the rooftop to eat the remains of the corpses that had been left there. Noises were heard, and someone asked about Ueyama. Two boys approached the teacher, questioning if he was trying to starve them. The other students noticed the rising tension and wondered what they should do. One of the boys shouted a demand for food to be brought out, and Ueyama responded that there was none. He was called a liar, and they accused him of hiding food. Takedo, holding a baseball bat, warned that if things continued this way, he could not be held responsible for his actions. Ueyama told the boys to forget it, declaring that he would not allow them to act in such a manner under any circumstances. As a teacher, he asserted, his decisions were absolute, and everyone needed to be quiet and obey him. Angry, one of the students punched the older man. He fell to the ground from the force of the blow as the argument over food continued. Ueyama remained silent, which the student stated was one of the things he hated most. Losing control, the boy continued to curse the teacher and attempted to strike him again. Blood then splattered across the room. The teacher had stabbed the aggressor in the abdomen with a knife. Screaming in pain, the boy was left paralyzed by the sudden and violent act. Takedo began to tremble with fear as the man advanced toward him. Without hesitation, the teacher continued to approach the other student, stating that unruly people like them required a more disciplined education before attempting to stab the blonde boy. More blood splattered across the room. Back in the present, Ueyama was shown carrying the girl from the room over his shoulder. He took her to a room where a group of people, some alive and others dead, were gathered, announcing his return. Mockingly, the man asked why the other students were cowering in the corner. In a terrifying display, the teacher threw the girl to the ground, declaring that she was back home. Still holding the knife, he remarked on the girl's exceptional beauty. He then approached a girl named Kasahara and informed her that she would be next. Terrified, the girl suggested that he could take Riko instead of her. Her friend became outraged upon realizing that Kasahara was offering her up. Kasahara retorted that Riko was just another sycophant. Impatient, Ueyama stabbed the knife into the ground, scaring both girls. He called out to the two young women, telling them they were both good for listening to him, and the tense pair agreed. Hayashi approached, trembling with fear. When questioned about his actions, he insisted it was nothing. Ueyama warned the boy not to try anything, gesturing toward the other dead students. The boy claimed he had never even considered it, and the teacher called him an obedient child. Quickly, the man grabbed Kasahara by the arm and then seized Kasamoto as well. The girls desperately cried for help, begging someone to save them. The distraught brown-haired girl questioned what kind of world she was living in. Without another word, Ueyama dragged her down the school corridor. During the journey, she cursed the man. He slapped her, telling her she must address him as sensei. Grabbing the girl by her hair, the teacher stated that she was in need of some extra education. Still mocking her, he ridiculed her earlier question about the world, claiming it was a paradise, while the girl insisted it was hell. She continued her desperate screams, yelling that the world was trash and might as well end. As she was dragged along, the young woman wondered how she had never realized this before. Ueyama reached his destination and froze in front of the girl. Something had caught his attention, and he looked out a window. He He saw his car arriving and knew exactly what that meant. Rikuto's group had returned to the school. A young girl observing the scene noticed it was Kuraga and the others, celebrating that they would now survive and escape the teacher's threats. Ueyama turned pale, thinking it was impossible for the group to have survived, and was unsure of what to do. He then decided it did not matter and resolved to eliminate the group, believing the kingdom he was building did not need Rikuto. The group stood outside the school, shouting for the others to let them know they had returned and asking for the door to be opened. When no one responded, Nishi grew concerned. They began banging on the door while the teacher watched from one of the windows. The man returned to the room where the other students were, still shocked that the group had survived. One of the students quietly called out for Kurage. Ueyama thought to himself that the group could not discover that he had killed students, as it would be the end of him. Thinking deeply, the teacher concluded that the group did not know anything yet. Furthermore, among them only Nishi and Kurage would be difficult to handle. He decided that if he could manage those two, Kuju and Tachibana could also be taken into his harem. Maliciously, the man moved toward the girls, threatening them that if they valued their lives, they should not try anything funny. Outside, the group stood still. Nishi remarked on how strangely quiet everything was, suggesting something might be happening. He asked Rikuto what they should do. The determined protagonist agreed that something was wrong and stated that they should break in. The idea was to use the car to breach the barrier and enter the building. Nishi called it a crazy and risky plan. Before they could act, Ueyama opened the door and greeted the students. Everyone was happy to see him alive and well. Feigning friendliness, the teacher asked how things were outside the building. Unaware of the danger, Nishi reported that they had managed to recover Sakura's phone and had found other survivors along the way. The green-eyed boy appeared, remarking that it had been a long time since he last saw the teacher. Ueyama felt uneasy, knowing that this boy would also pose a problem for him and that he now faced 3 obstacles in his path. Attempting to appear calm, the man expressed his happiness at seeing the boy alive. He formulated a plan to deal with Kurogane and Nishi first. Putting this plan into action, the man stated that he needed to speak with the 2 boys in private and requested that they follow him. Sensing that something was amiss, Nishi suggested that the entire group should go along. The teacher agreed that would be fine, but insisted he would prefer to speak with the 2 boys alone first. Nishi consented and called for Rikuto. The duo followed Ueyama, offering apologies to the others and saying they would return shortly. The green-eyed boy suggested that in the meantime, they should bring the supplies inside the school. Pausing to think, Kotone realized that Seiju was not with them and wondered if he might have entered the building on his own. Meanwhile, Ueyama led the 2 boys deeper into the building. Nishi noticed something strange and questioned if they were not going too far. Feigning ignorance, the man assured them it was just around the corner and that they would arrive soon, all the while thinking that if he could get his hands on the boy's bow, victory would be his. Everyone continued walking until they arrived in a classroom, unsure of the reason. Nishi prompted him to start the conversation, while Ueyama fiddled with a fire extinguisher. Before anything else, the man discharged the device's contents toward the students. The 2 complained that their eyes were hurting as the man laughed. Unable to see properly, the teacher took advantage of the situation and rushed at the boys with a knife. Quickly, Rikuto defended himself with his bat, and a hand-to-hand fight between the 2 commenced. Kurogane commented that it was a good attempt, but that his suspicions never failed him. The protagonist stated that he had always known Ueyama's true nature. The man, confused, questioned how he could have known. He explained that he had seen blood on the teacher's shirt, and when he had last spoken with the man, the blood had not been there. Kurogane continued, saying that while he did not know what had transpired while they were gone, he was now certain the man had crossed a line. A scared Ueyama began to stutter. The student grabbed the man by his shirt, stating that one day he would be judged for his actions. Annoyed, the teacher tried to respond and quickly attempted to attack the boy. He threw a punch, but Rikuto defended himself and sent the man flying across the room. Meanwhile, the bird-like creatures remained on the school's rooftop. Seiju entered the location and observed the scene of bodies being eaten. He remarked that this was exactly what he needed. Without hesitation, he gave an order for things to begin definitively. Inside the school, Tachibana and Sakura entered a room and found the girls tied up, immediately starting to untie them. Everyone was overjoyed to be freed from their restraints. Kotone asked if these people were the only survivors. Kuju felt a wave of sadness seeing the state many of her friends were in. Although freed, everyone expressed that they had lived through a nightmare. Tachibana also began to cry at the sight of the situation, lamenting that this had to happen just when they had seen a glimmer of hope. She saw the bodies on the ground and declared that it was all too cruel. The boys threw the now tied-up teacher onto the ground and demanded to know how he could do such a thing. An outraged Nishi stated that the teacher should not have done that and should have instead helped the other students. Without any fear, Oyama laughed in the boy's face. Mockingly, the man questioned if the boy truly believed he would be saved, telling him he needed to face reality. He asserted that the world was no longer the same, that hope was non-existent, and that everyone would eventually die, eaten by monsters. The man continued, explaining that this was the reason for his actions, to have a little fun before it all ended, since he would face no punishment. Recklessly, he suggested the boys should do the same as him and kidnap Tachibana and Kuju, much to the girl's horror. Nishi told the man to be quiet and punched him. Interrupting the blows, Rikuto asked his friend to just ignore the man, stating that paying him any attention was a waste of time and energy. The boy concluded that they would not be able to take the teacher along with them. Hearing the conversation, a girl asked what they meant by their statement. Nishi explained that he had forgotten to mention it, but their intention was for everyone to be saved. He added that thanks to the recovered phone, they had been able to locate more survivors. The other students felt a surge of hope, calling them their ray of light. Oyama became desperate upon hearing these words. Panicking, the teacher began to plead for forgiveness and begged not to be left behind, continuing to claim he regretted his actions. Koten called him audacious for thinking he would be saved after everything he had done. Rikuto stated that they would decide the teacher's fate later, as they needed to focus on other matters for the time being. Nishi ultimately agreed with this decision. Suddenly, a blue light appeared outside the building, surprising everyone. The boys were shocked and did not understand what was happening. At that moment, they looked out the window. Numerous blue beams of light appeared as birds flew and monsters overran the area. These creatures had faces resembling lizards, goats, and other animals. Nishi questioned what it could be, wondering if the enemies were emerging from the lights. Rikuto confirmed that it was the same phenomenon as before. Sakura wondered how this was possible, given that no one else had a cell phone. The protagonist ordered everyone to get ready. Nishi was frightened, pointing out that the number of monsters was continuously growing. Kotan asked what she should do. The birds that had been feeding on the corpses began to enter the building, shattering the windows. Everyone panicked at the horrifying scene and tried to defend themselves as best they could. They urged the green-eyed boy to quickly get the people out of there and run. Rikuto declared that he would not die there and defended himself with his bat, managing to strike one of the birds with great force. Dozens of monsters appeared on the ground in front of the school. Inside the building, Takeshi and the others were fighting them to clear a path. A man asked Aizu where the others were, noticing he was alone. The boy apologized, explaining that they had been separated somewhere. As he was still apologizing, a goblin appeared at the window to attack him, but Nishi acted faster, shooting it with an arrow and telling him to focus on his own survival. One of the winged monsters appeared, seemingly to attack the girls, but it bypassed Tachibana and headed directly for Sakura. Frightened, Sakura froze, but Rikuto intervened, striking the monster before it could do anything. He asked if she was okay, and she shyly confirmed that she was. The girl at the top of the stairs wondered if the monster had intentionally ignored her. Nishi, worried, asked his friend what they should do as the ground floor was infested with monsters. Looking down and seeing the creatures climbing, he remarked that at their current rate, they would not make it. The boy reasoned that if there was no way down, they should go up. He then shouted for everyone to run to the roof. The archer questioned if they were back at square one. Running up the stairs, Kurogane told everyone not to split up and that they would survive together, and they all agreed. Later, Hayashi was running from a giant spider, screaming his desire not to die. Looking back, he felt that this was the end for him, but that he did not want it to end there. Suddenly, a screen appeared before him, stating that his role was a hero, and asking if he would accept the adventure, with options for yes or no below. The boy heard a voice in his head, unable to understand how he could be a hero. Shortly after, another message announced that the evil-slaying sword was being generated. Seeing the spider attacking him, he grabbed the sword and sliced the creature in half. The girls arrived shortly after and found him. He wondered if this was his true power. Sakura celebrated behind him, and the others began to praise him, which made him feel embarrassed. Rikuto and Nishi arrived shortly after, also praising and celebrating with him. He thanked everyone, declaring that he could now protect them. However, This was all an illusion. In reality, Hayashi was in the spider's mouth, being devoured while repeating the same triumphant words. On another floor, one of the girls was being grabbed by a monster and cried out for help from her friend. The friend replied that they were not friends and wished for her to perish. Shortly after, another monster appeared behind the second girl and attacked her before she could notice. The first girl, witnessing this, wondered what kind of world this had become. In the bathrooms, the teacher was tied up in one of the stalls, thinking that he wanted to live and needed to survive to build his paradise. Inamoto opened the door, announcing that she had found him. He was startled to see her. She remarked that even tied up, he had managed to get there, and that ending him was as difficult as killing a cockroach. She then asked if he had any dream he wished to fulfill, which confused the man. The girl shared that her dream had been to find a true friend, get married, and build a happy family. Holding a knife, she informed Ueyama that she had wanted to include him in her dream, but she no longer could because he had taken that from her and corrupted her. Terrified, the teacher began to beg for his life. The man pleaded for forgiveness, stating he would take responsibility as she lunged at him. She slashed his chest, causing him to fall. Smiling, the girl affirmed that he would indeed take responsibility, not just for her, but for the entire class. He was left on his own, surrounded by ghostly apparitions telling him they would bring about his end. On the floor, the teacher begged to be spared, but was attacked again by the girl. Crying, she stated that with this, he had at least partially paid for his actions, and that nothing else mattered. However, she failed to notice a monster appearing behind her. Rikuto spotted the rooftop door and alerted everyone. Nishi asked what their plan was once they were up there, and the boy responded that they would figure it out upon their arrival. Opening the door, they found Seiju, who announced that he had been waiting for them. Everyone was happy to see him, and the archer asked if he was okay. He remarked that all the actors were now gathered, but that he had been specifically waiting for Kurogane. The boy thanked everyone for reaching the rooftop and for escorting Kotone. A confused Nishi questioned the comment about an escort and asked if he had hit his head, but his friend sensed that something was wrong. Smiling, Seiju commented that they were being cold. With a monster appearing behind him, he declared that he had been on their side all along. Sakura, upon seeing the monster, began screaming, asking what it was. Rikuto identified the monster as a type of lich. His friend responded that such creatures were common in fantasy and questioned why it was with the student. Seiju overheard the conversation and replied that the monster was an ally. He explained that in exchange for the use of his body, the lich had granted him power, revealing a flaw in their world, a summoning system. Smiling, he added that there was more they needed to know. More importantly, he could now make a circle appear in the sky. A stream of binary code then descended, bringing several monsters to the rooftop that surrounded and terrified everyone. The group panicked, wondering what to do. Kurogane realized it was the same phenomenon that had occurred some time ago. Enveloped by monsters, Seiju asked if they could see his power, claiming he had obtained the technique to control the creatures. He explained that while he could currently only control small monsters, he would soon be able to dominate the more powerful ones. This meant that as long as he was present, they no longer needed to fear monsters. Looking at Kotone, he commented that he had made her worry, but that everything was fine now and she no longer needed to be afraid. He told her she did not need Kurogane's protection anymore. However, the girl felt even more frightened. Extending his arms alongside the lich, he asked the girl to live with him in this new world. She refused, leaving the boy confused. Tachibana stated that it was hard to believe and questioned if this was truly his power. The girl then asked if he was the one who had summoned the monsters that had just attacked the students, and he admitted that he was. She commented that they had attacked a girl from his own class, and likely all the others. Seiju dismissively said he needed no one else but her. Nervously, the girl stated that she really did not want to say it, but he was no longer human. Crying, she explained that while they had encountered all kinds of monsters, he was the worst of them all. The other students moved to support her. Losing control, Seiju insisted that Kotone was wrong, repeating the word wrong over and over. Still repeating the word, the boy screamed, transforming into a vortex and emitting a wind so strong that all the students had to shield themselves. When the spinning ceased, it was clear the lich had fully taken over his body, replacing his head and arms with its own. It screamed at the girl, accusing her of preferring Kurogane and declaring that she should have been his, before yelling that he did not need her after all. It then commanded the monsters to attack. Rikuto grabbed his steel pipe and ordered Kuju and Tachibana to stay back. He managed to block one of the attacks, but the girl, worried as she watched him, did not notice the monster behind her until Sakura warned her. The boy rushed toward them to stop the attack and succeeded, but his pipe was dented by the force of the impact. The monster then threw him backward. Kotoni screamed his name as he was hurled against the wall. A concerned Nishi also shouted his name, and the girls ran toward him. Getting closer, they grew worried upon seeing him in such a state. Touching his face, Tachibana noticed that he was not breathing. Kurogane heard someone calling his name and found himself in his room, confused because he was certain he had just been at the school. He then heard someone mockingly question his claim to the room and turned to see his brother, Serato, at the door, who remarked that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Back at the school, Kotone screamed his name and begged him to listen to her. Hugging him, she cried in desperation while the other students stood in shock. Nishi, fighting off monsters, expressed his concern, questioning if this was real and hoping it was not true. As he lamented, a monster moved to attack him, but Takeshi pushed it away with a punch from his brass knuckles. The boy called out his friend's name but initially received no response. Without looking at him, he urged him not to give up, referring to him as their leader. He stated that no matter the circumstances, they had to keep fighting until the very end, because that was the kind of man Kurogane was. Everyone was astonished and moved by his words. Nishi affirmed that he was right, reflecting that Rikuto had always been that way. No matter how hopeless the situation, he never gave up. He felt that if he were to give up on surviving, he would not be able to face his friend. With this renewed resolve, he continued to shoot his arrows at the monsters. Tauda also began to assist in the attack. Serato, now under the Lich's control, told them to forget it, declaring that Kurogane was no longer among them. He announced that Kurogane's heart had stopped, commenting that Kotoni, with her aspirations of being a doctor, should know this better than anyone. Hearing those words, she was spurred to help the boy. Adjusting his body, she began performing mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, refusing to give up so easily. She reasoned that if the impact had stopped his heart, it could not be too late. Sakura thought that since everyone was doing what they could, she must also do something. However, unlike the time with the golem, she could no longer create dynamite, and wondered what she could possibly do. She noticed the bent steel pipe on the ground, and thinking about the Lich's nature as a monster, concluded that she might be able to do something with it. Lacking any scientific evidence, she was not sure if it would work. Holding the object, she hopefully commented to herself that there was nothing left to do but try. Seiju, observing everyone, questioned what was so special about Rikuto. Hitting him with an arrow, Nishi responded that they liked him and valued him. Tauda told Seiju that his jealousy was not a good look. Irritated, the Lich declared that it would send them all to join Rikuto, and the monster charged toward them. In the room, Kurogane's brother stepped on him, remarking that he got what he deserved. The boy turned his face to look at him. Pressing harder on his head, Serato told him not to look at him in that way, as he was already dead. He reminded Kurogane of the lessons he had taught him since they were children, that his existence had no meaning, and that he was incapable of doing anything. While beating him, he stated that no one wanted him, no one loved him, and that he was a worthless loser who should just lie down and die. As he was beaten, Rikuto thought that the man was right. He had no value, no meaning. He felt he should stand up and try his best, but in the end, he did nothing. He had heard it all before and was exhausted, having once again reverted to being someone without thoughts or emotions. Amid his thoughts, he heard his name being called more than once and a girl grabbed his arm. It was Tachibana, who told him not to go back to being alone because everyone was waiting for him. He saw a vision of their friends, happy and in casual clothes. Still smiling, she asked her friend to return, her eyes filling with tears. In the room, the boy grabbed his brother's foot just before he could kick him again. He reflected that, for a long time, he might have considered staying there until the end, but not anymore. Now he had a place to return to. An irritated Serato punched him, but Rikuto fought back. Apologizing, he stated that no matter what Serato claimed, he was alive. He then punched Serato in the face, causing it to shatter into pieces. Serato commented that it was impossible, questioning how Rikuto could have done it. Kurogane declared that he would keep trying for as long as he lived, watching as the broken pieces of his brother's face fell before his eyes. Rikuto thought that this nightmare would finally cease to torment him. He now felt he could return to those who awaited him. Kotone was incredibly surprised as she looked at the protagonist, who slowly opened his eyes. The main character quickly sat up and coughed, appearing surprised to see his friend. Kotone clarified that she had believed her efforts were futile. Rikuto smiled and explained that thanks to her, he was able to find his way back. He recounted that while wandering alone in the darkness, he had heard her voice, which had motivated him to move forward. The protagonist happily expressed his gratitude. Shyly, Kotone raised her fists and exclaimed that he was welcome, though she inwardly thought that she did not understand what he was talking about. For the first time in a long while, the main character smiled. Sakura jumped with happiness, exclaiming that Rikuto had finally awakened, but she insisted that tearful greetings would have to wait. Sakura then handed him a pipe and instructed him to take it. Rikuto looked at the object in surprise. Sakura confidently explained that she had enhanced his favorite pipe using a silver mirror reaction. She then theorized that the monsters were like something from a book. She recalled a game she had played long ago that featured a skeleton boss. This particular boss could not be defeated with a regular weapon and was only vulnerable to silver. She admitted, however, that this was just how it worked in the game, and she had no idea if it would be effective in reality. The protagonist disagreed, stating with certainty that it would work. He thanked her, exclaiming that Sakura was, as always, dependable. He then ran headlong into the battle. Kotone smiled and wished him luck, asking him to be careful. His comrades looked on in surprise as Rikuto ran. Tuiya joyfully exclaimed that he had thought the protagonist was dead, which had caused him to worry. An enraged Seiju called out to the protagonist. The main character quickly ran toward the enemy, shouting that they could talk after the battle was over. He explained that they now had a chance to defeat the creature, but to do so, they needed him to provide cover. Tuiya looked in amazement at the weapon in the main character's hand. He confidently raised his bow, recognizing the opportunity. He shot the monster in the head, yelling that it would be done. The protagonist looked in fear as the monster leaped toward him. Numerous rocks then pelted the creature, causing it to scream. Tauda, picking up a stone, declared that he would not let them lay a finger on Rikuto. The protagonist smiled and offered his thanks. Seiju turned to the main character with fury, pointing his long tail in his direction. Rikuto instantly jumped up, raising his new weapon. He asked Seiju for forgiveness before piercing his chest with the pipe. Seiju screamed in pain as blood gushed from the wound, yelling that he did not want to die. Kotone looked at him, filled with a great sense of fear as Seiju's body began to dissolve. She instantly burst into tears, pressing a fist to her chest and expressing her deep sorrow. Tuiya quickly surveyed the area and yelled out, questioning if all the monsters had disappeared right after Seiju's defeat. They had, in fact, literally vanished into thin air, leaving him to wonder how such a thing was possible. Takeshi sternly replied, theorizing that it was the same situation as with the giant golems. If the boss is eliminated, then its subordinates perish as well. Teuta looked at his comrade in surprise and exclaimed in understanding. The protagonist let out a tired sigh as he lay on the ground. He remarked that fighting so desperately for his life made him feel especially good about being alive. His friends jumped for joy, celebrating their victory over their opponents. And so, the day of their departure arrived. Tuiya confirmed that the water and food supplies were all accounted for, meaning they could finally leave the school grounds. He looked up, noting a strange feeling. The protagonist replied that this was not surprising, as they had a significant connection to the place. He reflected that perhaps they had not done enough, or that there might have been another path that could have saved everyone. He concluded, however, that there was no point in dwelling on such thoughts. Their focus needed to be on taking care of those who were still alive. Tuiya smiled joyfully, agreeing that his comrade was right. Sakura looked at Takeshi with a loving gaze, while Teuta confidently exclaimed that they had no choice but to move forward. The main character raised his hand and announced that their next destination was Amashima City. Rikuto and the others set off for the survivors' stronghold, with hope burning in their hearts that they could finally find a safe haven. A powerful enemy, however, awaited them. Meanwhile, numerous Gargans lay dead on the ground. The hunter, Fuyusa Ginko, stood among the fallen enemies. She quickly attached a letter to a pipe with her sword, which stated that the creature's nest was in this area, and warned not to look them in the eye, advising the use of a mirror instead. She then rode her motorcycle forward, accelerating to a high speed along the highway. Several days had passed since the group left the school and headed toward Amashima. Along the way, they had encountered various monsters, discovering that not all of them were aggressive towards humans. The protagonist was sitting in the car with a map in his hands. Tuiya asked with interest about their current location. The main character pointed to the map, replying that based on its information, they were at a specific point. Tuiya happily noted their rapid progress and that they had sufficient fuel. Rikuto then observed that his comrade seemed restless. Tuiya replied that he was thinking about many different things, prompting the protagonist to inquire about what was on his mind. Tuiya asked if the main character recalled his earlier mention of his little sister. The main character affirmed that he did remember. Tuiya then explained that due to family circumstances, he and his sister had been separated during their childhood. Fortunately, his sister lived near their destination. He expressed his hope that she had been able to evacuate successfully, but admitted that considering the current state of the world, his hope was dwindling. Kotone looked with concern at Tuiya, who was sadly gazing out the window. The protagonist closed the map and told his friend not to worry, expressing his certainty that she was fine. A confused Tuiya asked what made him so confident. The main character smiled and pointed out that since she was his sister, it meant she was just as strong as Tuiya. He reasoned that since a fool like Tuiya had managed to survive longer than many others, there was no point in worrying about it at that moment. Tuiya added with some irritation that he was hearing this from another fool, but conceded that his friend was right. There was no use in thinking about it now. Smiling confidently, Tuiya leaned his hands on the seats and declared that their first priority was to get to Amashima, a sentiment his comrades laughingly agreed with. Suddenly, Takeshi looked out the rear window of the car. He yelled tensely that his comrades could talk later, as an enemy was approaching them. The others screamed in fear, questioning what was happening. Tuiya stuck his head out the window and saw an enormous wyvern flying across the sky. The creature roared with fury, causing his comrades to scream in terror. A frightened Tuiya questioned what kind of flying lizard it was. Sakura exclaimed with great fear that it was a huge wyvern flying directly toward them. Tuiya turned his head and urged Kotone to drive faster. She agreed and instantly pressed down on the gas pedal. Kotone quickly turned the steering wheel, instructing her comrades to hold on tight as the car spun to the side at great speed. The wyvern adjusted its course in the air and continued its pursuit of the car, raising its wings to fly faster. Tuiya pulled his head out of the car again, shouting that the wyvern had also increased its speed. Sakura, grimacing from the powerful airflow, screamed that the creature was getting closer. The wyvern hovered directly over the car and roared. The vehicle shook violently, and the comrades grabbed their heads in fear and screamed. Tuiya then pointed at something, telling Kotone to look. He screamed that there was an interchange ahead and ordered her to exit the highway immediately. Kotone calmly turned the steering wheel, replying that she understood everything. The car then descended from the highway at high speed. The wyvern paused in midair and roared. The comrades joyfully screamed, believing they had successfully escaped. The wyvern then opened its mouth and resumed its pursuit of the car. The group realized that the creature did not intend to let them go. Tuiya exclaimed with irritation about the wyvern's persistence and questioned what they were going to do. Rikuto replied that if it was impossible to outrun the wyvern, their only option was to shoot it down. He reasoned that if the enemy caught them, they would surely die. Meanwhile, a girl named Ginkgo stood on a fence, looking down. She observed the car through a pair of binoculars and was very surprised to see Tuiya. Ginkgo snorted in irritation and turned her head to the side. She quickly mounted her motorcycle and rode down the highway, with smoke billowing from under the vehicle's wheels. The wyvern roared as it closed in behind the car. Tuiya cried out in fear, announcing that the enemy was getting closer. Tuda, sitting on the seat, exclaimed that the wyvern was going to kill them. He tensely fired an arrow at the approaching enemy. The projectile struck the wyvern's head, but glanced off to the side. Tuiya sat back down in his chair, yelling that he could not even damage the creature. The main character calmly stated that in that case, they would just have to keep running. The car rapidly approached a large column. The comrades urged Kotone to watch where she was going, fearing they were about to crash. Kotone confidently turned the steering wheel, and the car instantly changed its trajectory. The passengers were thrown to the side and screamed. The wyvern, unable to maneuver as quickly, struck its head on the column and roared in pain. Tuiya yelled in admiration, remarking on the brilliant move. He noted that because the wyvern was so huge, it literally could not turn around in such tight spaces, but that it was also incredibly tough. Kotone laughed sheepishly in response. Sakura clapped her hands with joy, calling Kotone cool and a real racer. Tuiya then looked ahead, and his mouth fell open in fear as he screamed. He questioned what had just happened and why they had stopped so suddenly. Kotone replied that she did not know. She was pressing the gas pedal as hard as she could, but the car refused to move. Rikuto was stunned, clarifying if this was really happening after everything they had endured. He wondered if their engine had broken down. The wyvern roared, shaking off its daze, and flew quickly toward the stationary car. The protagonist turned his head and ordered everyone to get out of the vehicle and run. The comrades instantly scrambled out of the car and scattered in different directions. A wyvern flew directly over Sakura, and she screamed in terror. She then fell to the ground and looked up at her opponent. She raised her hand in intense fear, exclaiming that it couldn't be happening. The protagonist quickly scooped her up and ran. A confused Sakura looked at him as the wyvern opened its mouth and gave chase to the comrades. Takeshi instantly shoved a stone into the enemy's mouth. The main character turned and called out to his comrade. Tuya fired his bow, exclaiming that they needed to act immediately, thinking that his shot would be accurate at this distance. His thoughts were interrupted as the arrow pierced the wyvern's eye. The enemy raised its head and roared in pain. The comrades scattered to the sides at great speed. Tuya questioned what they should do next. The main character replied that he did not know. He stated that they first needed to find a safe place, but then he fell silent, stopped, and looked upward. A worried Tuya asked what had happened. The comrades instantly stopped and looked up as well. Sakura, filled with great fear, said that this couldn't be possible. Several wyverns were now flying across the sky. The comrades screamed, questioning if there was more than one wyvern in the area. The protagonist clarified the situation, asking if they had inadvertently entered their territory. Tuya turned his head and warned that there was one behind them. They looked to see a huge wyvern standing nearby. Tuya screamed that the enemy had caught up with them, and the main character added that they were now surrounded. The wyverns closed in on the group. Rikuto covered Kotone and ordered her to run. Suddenly, a projectile flew into the sky, leaving a trail of smoke behind it. The wyverns looked up in surprise. A powerful explosion thundered over the heads of the comrades, and they shielded their faces from the bright light. The wyverns quickly flew upward and roared. The surprised protagonist questioned if they had actually retreated. Tuya screamed, asking what the flash of light had been. Ginkgo stopped her motorcycle, noting that she had barely made it in time, and calmly leaned against the vehicle. The comrades joyfully exclaimed that she was a human, celebrating the discovery of at least one other survivor. Ginkgo raised her weapon and explained that they were dealing with wyverns. She elaborated that, like birds, they love everything shiny and collect anything they find lying around. She warned, however, that the flare gun would not distract them for long and that they would return very soon, which meant it was time to leave. Kotone looked at her with admiration. Ginkgo turned her head to the side and ordered them to move faster, questioning if they wanted to become monster food. Tuya asked what they should do. He observed that while she did not seem very friendly, she had saved them. The main character stated that in their current situation, they had no other choice but to follow her. Tuya smiled and replied that following her was also the right course of action. Ginkgo snorted in irritation, and her new comrades quickly ran after her. After some time had passed, Tuya, now standing in an underpass, called for Sakura to hurry up and come to their location. She ran tensely towards them and screamed as a wyvern quickly flew up to her and roared. Sakura exclaimed in fear that she would not make it and that she was not capable of outrunning it. She then instantly dashed into the passage just as a wyvern stuck its head inside. Breathing heavily, Sakura remarked that she had almost died. Ginkgo noted what a group of little fools they were, complaining that because of them, all of her plans had failed. Tuya yelled, questioning why they were immediately being called fools. Ginkgo smiled and replied that only complete fools would attempt to drive a car through an area teeming with wyverns. Sakura asked what other choice they had, explaining that they were unaware the creatures were there. Tuya added that she did not even know them. The protagonist stood in front of his comrades and clarified that he did not know why Ginkgo had decided to help them. He then smiled and expressed his gratitude. Ginkgo snorted in irritation and turned her head away. Tuya looked at her and asked where she was going. Ginkgo told them to follow her and they would see. The comrades became tense, and the main character ordered them to go. After a while, the group looked around their new surroundings. Rikuto questioned if she was certain it was safe to go this way, and asked about the presence of monsters. Ginkgo replied that this was the safest route because they had already dealt with everyone in the area. She then asked if they were heading to Amashima, confirming that they were not the only ones with that destination. Surprised, Tuya asked if there was another group. Ginkgo affirmed this and added that another, larger group had passed through before them, and unlike their comrades, they were armed for the most part. Sakura joyfully exclaimed that this was very good news, celebrating that there were even more survivors. Kotone smiled and remarked on how wonderful the news was. Tuya said he had been afraid they would not encounter anyone else, but it seemed his fears were unfounded. He looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Ginkgo turned her head to the side and looked at the girls. After some time, a tired Sakura asked if they would be arriving soon, complaining that her legs were about to give out. Ginkgo replied that it would not be much longer. The comrades then asked if there was really a light ahead. They looked with admiration at a group of people sitting in a nearby room. A surprised Tuta exclaimed in wonder. Sakura asked if this was the same group, wondering if they had established a camp underground and remarking on how clever that was. The comrades climbed up, and Tuya looked away in surprise, questioning the source of the oppressive atmosphere. An angry Ijima called out to Ginkgo. He asked irritably if she was kidding him. Ijima then grabbed her by the shirt, clarifying that she had been explicitly told to go hunting and demanding to know why she had returned. Ginkgo screamed in pain and turned her head to the side. Ijima asked ominously if she had completely forgotten the consequences of not following the rules, or if perhaps she preferred to be dragged straight to bed instead of hunting. He raised his fist and yelled, demanding to know why she was not speaking and questioning if she had bitten her tongue. A pipe came closer to his face. The protagonist confidently ordered him to release her. Ijima turned his head and asked who this newcomer was. A hand then grabbed his shoulder, and Ijima gritted his teeth in pain as he turned to look at Takeshi. Ijima yelled, demanding to know who they were and questioning their rebellious expressions. He smiled and clarified if there were animals in their ranks who did not respect the rules, warning that they would pay for it. The bandits raised their weapons and ran toward the comrades. Hisaki ordered them to stop immediately. Ijima looked at him with a fearful expression. Hisaki asked if this was how they enforced obedience to the rules. Ijima yelled in irritation, calling them freaks, but Hisaki's terrifying smile made him interrupt himself and exclaim that it was nothing. He then apologized to his comrades. Hisaki asked them to forgive Ijima for his behavior, explaining that the man was apparently upset that they had returned from the hunt empty-handed. He then asked who the newcomers were. A tense Tuya scratched the back of his head. Hisaki raised a hand to his chin and inquired if they were also on their way to Amashima. His comrades confirmed this. Hisaki smiled and exclaimed that if that was the case, then they could help each other. He then asked what they thought about his proposal to join their group, suggesting that with their combined efforts, they could reach Amashima. The protagonist exchanged glances with Tuya. Sometime later, inside the station office, Hisaki expressed his gladness for leading them to the monastery. He introduced himself as the leader of this group and stated he was pleased to meet them. Tuya asked if the leader would explain what was happening there. Hisaki replied that he understood they likely had many questions. He suggested they address everything in an orderly fashion, beginning with the day of the disaster. He explained that most of the country's population had died on that very day, which was not surprising. Monsters had begun to crawl out of every phone, quickly swarming the entire nation. The defense forces were completely unprepared for such an event, as the incident could not have been predicted. Modern society had collapsed in a single day. He added that, judging by the rumors, military facilities were now occupied by giant dragons, like something from a fairy tale, and that it was most likely that the entire army had been destroyed. A frightened Kotone expressed her disbelief, stating that she had kept thinking the army would eventually return for the survivors. Sakura screamed, remarking that they had been left in a state of complete horror. The protagonist scratched his chin, reflecting that the situation was somehow strange. He questioned why a nest of such powerful monsters would be located on military bases, as if someone had deliberately chosen that specific place. He remembered that they had personally encountered a force capable of summoning monsters into their world, which he thought was called the mythical summoning system. He mused that while they knew most of the monsters had emerged from phones, which caused the disaster, he questioned if that was the whole truth. He wondered if there was someone behind all of it, and who would possibly want to plunge the world into chaos. Hisaki said he would continue his explanation. He stated that humanity was gradually dying out. While there were, of course, survivors, there were not as many as one might expect. He revealed that they had managed to re-establish communication and get online, which is how they had learned about Amashima and its own group of survivors. They had also managed to find out that not all cities had been equally affected by the disaster. Some, like Amashima, had not been affected at all. This city, he declared, was their last hope. Tuta shouted in excitement, and Sakura agreed, saying they could at least breathe easily there. The main character confidently noted a potential problem, questioning if it was impossible to get into Amashima from the outside. Hisaki replied that the protagonist was absolutely correct. He reasoned that they must have encountered the winged monsters, the wyverns, along their way. Rikuto confirmed this and clarified that the silver-haired girl had saved them. Hisaki then explained that there was a wyvern nest located directly above them. To reach Amashima, one had to travel along the road that the creatures guarded. No matter how one tried to get past them, the moment the wyverns saw a person, they would immediately attack. He concluded that even by using the train tracks on the ground, they would be unable to reach Amashima. A surprised Tuya asked for the reason. The leader replied that monsters also inhabited the underground areas, giving the example of a giant worm to which a couple had already fallen victim. The protagonist clarified his understanding that even this location was not entirely safe. Hisaki explained that they had discovered the worms were afraid of intense light, which is why they had established their camp there, as it was much better than being on the surface. Sakura put her hands to her head, exclaiming that it still felt as though they were trapped. Tuda then asked a question, and Hisaki told them not to worry. He confidently raised his fist, exclaiming that they had a plan. Sakura screamed with joy, asking if this was really true. The leader explained that this was why everyone in their group performed their assigned role, to work toward a common goal. He then asked if they were willing to cooperate with them. Tuya sternly asked for the main character's opinion. Rikuto replied that they had little choice in the matter. Tuya agreed, clarifying that in this situation, they ought to unite. He turned and asked if his comrades had any objections. Hisaki happily thanked them, stating that they could then get to work. Ginkgo interrupted him, declaring that they would be hunters. The surprised leader was informed by Ginkgo that they were short-handed and would need the newcomers. Hisaki noted that it was quite a dangerous job, but admitted it was necessary in their current situation. It was thus decided that the boys would become hunters. A fearful Tuda exclaimed that he did not want to do dangerous work. Hisaki then added that the girls should not be doing something so hazardous. Ginkgo glared at the leader. Hisaki raised a finger and said they should just go to work. Ginkgo interrupted him again, yelling that they would be diggers, as they already had enough people working in the kitchen. The leader pointed out that being a digger was a rather difficult job, but he agreed they should not be allowed in the kitchen either, so they could work as diggers. Sakura and Kotone were stunned by this decision. An irritated Sakura questioned if he really meant they would be working in the ground, remarking that a kitchen job would have been very easy and questioning if they would be able to handle the new task. Ginkgo ordered the boys to follow her, stating they would immediately embark on their first mission. Tuya agreed and asked for her name, which she smilingly provided. Tuya then asked what their job entailed. Ginkgo clarified that it was hunting, questioning what else it could be. She explained that because of them, she had lost her prey, so they would all work together to make up for the lost catch. Kotone tensely called out to Rikuto. The protagonist assured her that they would definitely return alive. Kotone agreed and asked him to be careful. Ginkgo calmly asked if they were finished talking and ordered them to follow her, and the comrades agreed. The group resolutely prepared for the hunt. After some time in Minamiyaza, a city neighboring Amashima, a nest of wyverns had formed, forcing the people to hide underground. However, there were problems there as well. A man called out to his comrade, asking if they should slow down a bit, as they had women and children with them. The comrade called him a fool, questioning if the man wanted the monster to catch up with them. He stated that the last thing they needed was to run into that freak. The people screamed as the man asked if they were experiencing an earthquake. The worm instantly crashed through the ceiling, and the man screamed in horror. The Minamiyaza Amashima line had become home to an underground worm. At the same time, Ijima noted the horror that existed both underground and on the surface. He explained they had no choice but to barricade themselves in the station, and then Hisaki had come up with the idea to revive the place. A confused Tuya asked what he meant by revive. Ijima grinned ominously, explaining that they could simply kill the worm with a train and travel straight to Amashima. Luckily, they had managed to find a train at the nearest station, though it was buried under rocks and was in definite need of repairs. For the time being, they were trying to dig it out. A tense Tuda imagined the girls, noting that this must be what the excavators were doing, and wondered if everything would be okay with them. Ginkgo looked down thoughtfully. The protagonist turned his head and noticed her. Ijima ominously clarified that while they were attempting to dig out the train, the others were going hunting. Tuya asked if hunters were people who acquired supplies by venturing to the surface. Ijima laughed terrifyingly and confirmed that this was true, remarking that Tuya was a smart guy for having understood everything so quickly. He explained that they were an elite unit and that the lives of all the inhabitants depended on their results, so they were not to be taken lightly. A terrified Tuda screamed. noting that hunting sounded very scary. Tuya questioned if these words were not meant to be inspiring. Rikuto replied that they were not particularly so, but he acknowledged they did not have much of a choice. He reasoned that it was beneficial for them to work with the group to get into Amashima, so they would do what was asked of them. Tuya clarified his agreement, stating that apparently they had to. They were just doing their job, and it was not their place as newcomers to judge them. The protagonist scratched his chin, looked down, and added that the situation was still somehow strange, questioning why the others were so happy. Tuya asked if it was not obvious, suggesting it was because they were returning to the surface. The main character noted that this was precisely the issue. They were heading to the surface, directly into a wyvern nest. A person could meet their death there at any moment, yet the others seemed indifferent and eager to fight, although it would be more logical to impose such a dangerous activity on someone else. Tuya thought for a moment, recalling that back at the school, there had been whole arguments about who would go check the lower floors. He wondered if this group's attitude was all thanks to Hizaki, whom he perceived as a charismatic leader. The main character turned his head and added that something else was bothering him. He questioned why, if the monster blocking their passage to Amashima was a worm, they were so focused on the wyverns. Ijima interrupted him, yelling and asking what they were talking about, announcing that they had already reached the station. Tuya sternly remarked that it looked like they had no other option. Ijima headed forward, with his comrades staying behind as they climbed the stairs. At the top, Ijima turned and said they had finally reached the exit. He sternly raised his weapon and ordered everyone to listen. The plan, he explained, was very simple. They would use a flare to distract the flying monsters and then take everything in sight. That was the entirety of the hunter's job. However, he warned, they did not have many flares and could not afford to waste them. Ijima grinned ominously, asking how they were supposed to know the location and number of the freaks. The main character asked what Ijima was hinting at. Ijima then announced that the newcomers would go on reconnaissance. He stated that since they were supposedly allies now, they had to prove their worth. He questioned if they would rather give up and admit they were useless pieces of trash. The comrades became very angry at this. Tuya sternly asked what they should do, remarking that Rikuto had been right about this group after all, and that they would eventually become food for the wyverns. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully and covered his mouth with his hand. He confidently began to speak, but Ginkgo interrupted him, stating that she would go on reconnaissance and questioning if they had any objections. The main character looked at her in surprise. An irritated Ijima asked why she was so attached to them, claiming she was being too kind. Ginkgo replied that it was not a matter of kindness. Scouting was a responsible role, and if the newcomers ruined everything, they would put everyone else at risk. She declared that she did not want to die because of them. Rikuto confidently stated that in that case he would go too. Ginkgo calmly asked if he was deaf, repeating that the newcomers would only get in the way. She sighed mockingly and questioned if he was trying to play the noble knight. The protagonist pointed out that it was not a question of nobility. He thought it was better for them to go on reconnaissance together, suggesting that, at worst, one of them could serve as bait for the monsters. He asked if she cared about the success of the operation, and if his suggestion was not a reasonable decision. Ginkgo snorted in irritation and turned away. She then clarified, asking if he meant he would obey her commands without question. Rikuto replied that if it was necessary for the sake of success, then yes. Tuya called out to his comrade, exclaiming that if the protagonist was going, then so was he. The main character assured him that everything was fine. Asking his comrades to wait for him there, Rikuto smiled and clarified that he had no intention of becoming monster food and would definitely return alive. Ginkgo came upstairs remarking that there should be less talk and more action. 15 minutes had passed since their reconnaissance mission began. She knelt down, wondering if it was safe for them to remain in the narrow alley, reasoning that at least the wyverns would not be able to get through. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing. Ginkgo let out a tired sigh, explaining that the mandrake was essentially a plant-like monster. She warned that if the main character tried to pull it out, it would emit a loud scream, and those who were too close could die from its cry. Rikuto remembered something, stating that he recalled a mandrake being shown in a movie once. Ginkgo used a knife to write on the ground, warning them not to pull it out. The protagonist was stunned, realizing she was writing a warning on the ground. He then paused as he remembered the previous warnings, understanding they had been left by Ginkgo. She stood up and pointed out that the main character knew nothing about this world, questioning why he had even volunteered for the mission. She suggested that if Rikuto wanted to play the hero in front of a woman, he should stop, as it looked bad. The protagonist replied that he had no intention of playing the hero in front of her. He simply wanted to gain their group's trust. He stated that if that meant taking a risk, he was willing to do so, as the group's power and possibilities were absolute, and staying with them was essential for survival. The main character also thought that thanks to Takeshi's presence, the others were no longer bothering them as much. The protagonist smiled and asked if that was not a reasonable explanation. Ginkgo closed her eyes and snorted with a smile. Leaves flew quickly away from a powerful gust of wind. She then turned with great speed and brought her foot toward the main character's face with the intention of attacking. Rikuto instantly slid backward to evade. Ginkgo angrily screamed that his concept of rationality made her laugh. She spun around in the air and approached the protagonist, leaning a hand on the ground to jump up. Ginkgo kicked, but the main character managed to raise the pipe in front of him and blocked the attack. She then landed a series of multiple attacks. Rikuto thought that her speed was simply unbelievable, but that her fighting skills were rather mediocre. He noted that all she was doing was trying to knock the iron pipe out of his hands. The protagonist calmly lowered the pipe and froze. Ginkgo sternly grabbed him by his jacket and threw him to the ground with great force. She then brought a knife to his neck. Kneeling down, Ginkgo noted that, just as she had said, he was very weak. She then instantly jumped to the side, grabbed the fence on a balcony with her hand, and leaped to another building. Ginkgo landed on the roof, stating that the main character would only be a hindrance. She ordered him to return to the others before the Wyverns could notice him. Rikuto asked her to stop, exclaiming that no matter how strong she was, it was reckless for her to go alone. He acknowledged that Ginkgo dealt with monsters, but insisted that these were too dangerous. He admitted that he did not know where she had been or what she had seen, but he warned that her arrogant attitude could cost her her life. Ginkgo smiled and asked if he had already forgotten who had defeated him just a moment ago, clarifying that she had no intention of listening to advice from the weak. She ordered him to return to the others, stating that she would proceed on her own before quickly jumping to the side. The protagonist calmly looked up, clenching his hand into a fist. After a while, Ginkgo surveyed the area through her binoculars. She noted that there were only 3 wyverns, which was not a large number. It seemed this part of the area was still safer than others. Ginkgo calmly exhaled as she lowered the binoculars. She looked at a map and remarked that they were lucky this time. Since there were not very many of them, she reasoned that if they moved quietly and stayed out of their line of sight, they could pass safely and acquire the necessary supplies. Ginkgo then jumped down, announcing that the reconnaissance was complete and it was time to return. She expressed her hope that the fool had made it back on his own, though, given his strength, she wondered if perhaps she should not have let him go alone. Ginkgo bounced off a series of balconies and landed on the ground. Looking at the map, she thought that this path seemed to lead to the station and was more or less safe. She then noticed a wyvern standing behind a wall with 3 small wyverns in front of it. Ginkgo screamed in surprise, questioning if they were really small wyverns, as she had never seen anything like them before. She looked in amazement at the nearby wyvern eggshells. The enemy then rushed toward her and roared. Ginkgo was terrified as she looked at the wyvern, and her mind was flooded with memories of her past. She recalled the protagonist screaming that no matter how strong she was, it was reckless to go alone, and that these monsters were too dangerous. Ginkgo thought to herself that she did not expect anything from anyone. She quickly jumped away from a pipe and looked at the wyvern. Ginkgo sighed tensely, clutching a wound with her hand. She reflected that everyone around her saw her as strange, likely because of her hair and eye color and her exceptional physical abilities. She grabbed the pipe with her hand and screamed before instantly flying down. She thought that she never had anyone she could rely on and that it had always been that way. Ginkgo then remembered the past, seeing a vision of students talking about something with smiles on their faces. The students sitting at their desks erupted in laughter. A girl raised her hand and offered a clarification, questioning if the cause of the commotion was not Ginkgo and remarking on how much she irritated her. The other girl agreed, exclaiming that because Ginkgo had a pretty face, she possessed very high self-esteem. She added that while Ginkgo's hair and eyes were creepy, the students had also heard that she sold her body. After a while, a scream was heard from the playground. A boy sitting on the ground noted that you could not tell Ginkgo was a girl from her appearance. She ordered a group of bullies to disappear, and they quickly ran to offer their apologies. Ginkgo then asked how the other students were, confirming that she and they were fine. The students, however, shook with fear and interrupted Ginkgo, begging her not to touch them. With tears in her eyes, one of them called Ginkgo a damned fool. Ginkgo looked sternly at the ground as the students walked away. She thought that everything was as it should be. No one cared about her, and she had stopped expecting anything good from people. She emerged from her memories and pushed herself up, leaning her hands on the ground. Ginkgo reflected that she had always lived this way and would continue to live this way until the very end. She then remembered the past again. Ginkgo's mother, Fuyuse Yukina, had told her daughter not to worry, calling her a good girl. She had assured her that someday there would be people in her daughter's life who would be able to see her true worth, and they would become Ginkgo's true friends. She came out of the memories just as the wyverns quickly flew towards her. Ginkgo sadly thought that her mother had been wrong. After all, in the end, she would meet her own death completely alone. The protagonist then quickly struck one of the wyverns with a pipe. Ginkgo was incredibly surprised to see him. As she screamed, the main character firmly ordered her not to move. He put his hand in his jacket, thinking that it was a good thing he had brought the item with him. Rikuto quickly pulled out a flare and lit it. The protagonist then ran, picked up the lit flare, and yelled at the wyverns to follow him. The creatures turned their attention to him. A worried Ginkgo turned her head to the side, calling the main character a fool, as bright things were known to attract wyverns. The monsters quickly ran after the protagonist and growled. Rikuto thought that so far, everything was proceeding according to his plan, and that he could lead them to a specific location. The wyvern growled with fury as it approached the protagonist, raising its tail with the intention of attacking. The main character instantly blocked the attack with his pipe. Blood gushed from a new wound on his cheek, and Rikuto snorted in pain. He jumped aside, thinking that the wyvern was fast, much faster than an ordinary person, but that this did not mean he had to stop. The protagonist ran quickly as the wyvern growled, its eyes fixed on him. The main character then looked at something in surprise and came to a halt. He noted that he had only anticipated encountering baby wyverns. Huge wyverns now flew across the sky. Rikuto, looking up, remarked that it appeared the adults had also been drawn by their screams. The wyverns looked down and growled before quickly flying toward the protagonist. The main character tensed and prepared to attack. Blood instantly gushed out. At the same time, Ginkgo exhaled heavily as she lay on the ground. She sadly raised her head and questioned what he was trying to achieve by luring the creatures away from her. Ginkgo fell into a stupor, thinking that it was an impossible situation, and questioning if the protagonist truly intended to sacrifice himself. Black shadows filled the sky, but they were not the shadows of birds. The wyverns quickly flew after the protagonist. The main character, with great effort, ran away from his opponents. He exhaled heavily, thinking that there was very little left to do. He told himself he needed to hold on, and that if he made it, Rikuto froze and snorted, his thoughts left unfinished. The wyvern roared and instantly closed the distance to the protagonist. It attacked, and the main character fell to the ground as blood gushed from his leg. Rikuto shook in pain, thinking that he could not get up and wondering if this was truly the end. He instantly fell into a stupor, noticing something. The wyverns were flying towards him at high speed. Intent on attacking, the protagonist smirked, remarking that it looked like he had no other choice. The wyverns were suddenly stopped by a powerful gust of air. A loud scream echoed throughout the city. Ginkgo froze in surprise upon hearing it. She instantly fell to one knee and covered her ears with her hands. Ginkgo then fell completely to her knees, letting out a sound of pain. She lowered her hands and, noticing the roar, wondered if this could really be the work of that fool. Ginkgo paused, exclaiming that it was a curse. After a while, Ginkgo noted that it had to be in this location. She looked at the main character, who was lying surrounded by wyvern corpses. Ginkgo saw that they were all dead. Rikuto had pulled out the mandrake while in the midst of its scream, and he had died of shock. She recalled that she had even left a message not to touch the mandrake, and the protagonist had decided to sacrifice his life to save her. The main character then opened his eyes and quickly rose from the ground. Ginkgo screamed in surprise when she looked at him. She shook and screamed loudly, questioning why he was still alive. Blood started coming out of his ears. She froze as she came to a realization. At that moment, Rikuto understood he had been in a hopeless situation. Before pulling out the mandrake, he had struck himself in the ears with great force. Due to the immense air pressure, his eardrums had burst. Having intentionally lost his hearing beforehand, the main character was able to avoid death from the mandrake's thunderous howl. Ginkgo asked in amazement if he had really deprived himself of his hearing on purpose. She thought to herself how foolish one would have to be to do such a thing. The protagonist gritted his teeth in pain as blood gushed from his ear. Ginkgo clenched her fists and called him a fool. She held his hand, exclaiming that it was true. She had never encountered such fools in her entire life. She acknowledged that an eardrum could be repaired and hearing could be restored, but questioned who in their right mind would willingly inflict such an injury upon themselves. Rikuto looked at her in bewilderment, but said nothing. Ginkgo screamed furiously that he was lucky he could not hear her at all. She then calmed down, exhaled, and clarified that she could now tell a madman like the main character how everything had started and why monsters had invaded their world. The protagonist looked at her, and Ginkgo began her story. She paused, asking if it was okay to tell him everything before raising a cross and stating that the secret was about to be revealed. After a while, people started screaming, questioning if the creatures were really the children of wyverns and remarking on how bad the situation was. An irritated Ijima ordered them to stop being so dramatic, though he conceded that if nothing was done, many could die. He stated that they needed to reconsider their hunting strategy. Ijima, smiling, punched the main character on the shoulder and remarked on how clever the protagonist was for coming up with his plan. He expressed his fondness for crazy people like Rikuto and declared that the protagonist could consider himself proven. Ginkgo angrily ordered Ijima to leave the main character alone, considering he was already wounded. Tuya calmly remarked that, frankly, he was not even surprised that Rikuto had done something so reckless, as it was typical of him. He then questioned if the main character could even hear him. 2 weeks had passed since that hunt, and since they had joined the group of survivors. Once the protagonist lost his hearing, Ijima had begun to respect him. Rikuto's original goal had been to gain the group's trust, and since that incident, he and the others were no longer treated with disdain. However, working as hunters was an occupation full of dangers, and they faced death on a daily basis. Ginkgo had come to recognize the main character as an equal, and they now fought as comrades. He had another friend upon whom he could rely. As for Sakura and Kotone, it was not easy for them to work as diggers, but they always tried their best. Although the hardships of their current life were difficult, these challenges united them all. So, they continued to fight for their own lives. Despite this, the protagonist was constantly bothered by a strange feeling of discomfort that seemed to reign in his surroundings. Time passed, and the main character still could not figure out what was causing this pervasive sense of unease. Tuya turned to his comrade and asked if his ears were definitely okay now. Rikuto replied that one could say so. His hearing was still not as sharp as it had been previously, but it was slowly returning. Tuya remarked that, in any case, he was glad the protagonist could at least hear what was being said to him. He then continued, wondering how they were supposed to live underground like moles. The main character turned his head to the side, questioning who could possibly know the answer to that. Tuya asked if that was all his comrade could say. He then turned his attention to Ginkgo, who was standing in the crowd. Tuya wondered who she was talking to. A girl screamed in fear, questioning how Ginkgo could say such a thing. Ginkgo asked what other choice she had, stating that she simply had to do it. The girl ordered her to stop, and a loud sound echoed in the room as she slapped Ginkgo on the cheek. She exclaimed that every time Ginkgo acted this way, it was making her hate everything. She felt as if she was being shown a reality that she could not change. She then questioned how Ginkgo could possibly know, reasoning that since Ginkgo was in charge of the hunt, a huntress could not understand what they were feeling. Tuya raised his fist and yelled, asking what they were doing. Ginkgo stood up and told them to ignore it. A worried Tuya replied that in that case he would mind his own business. He thought to himself that she always spoke in such a manner and was somewhat similar to the protagonist, making it no wonder they were able to get along. The main character remarked that something was strange, and his comrades looked at him. Rikuto clarified that while Ijima and his friends were always in high spirits, everyone else around them was in a terrible, depressed state, giving the example of the girls who had just run away. He questioned if the mood in the group had not been rather tense lately and if something was brewing. Ginkgo confirmed this, replying that bonuses would be handed out soon. A surprised Tuya clarified that he had heard about them from Ijima's friends, understanding that those who worked hard would receive rewards from Hisaki. Ginkgo then added that, more importantly, she had something to discuss with the protagonist. Tuya quietly asked if she had finally decided to confess her love to the main character. Ginkgo sternly grabbed Tuya by the hair, noting that she had been closely observing Rikuto for the past 2 weeks. She stated that perhaps the protagonist could be trusted and asked him to follow her. Meanwhile, in the mine, Sakura asked if her friend's leg was hurting much. Kotone, sitting on the ground, disagreed, replying that everything was fine now. Thanks to the bandages Hisaki had brought her, she thought she might be able to walk at least a little. Sakura joyfully exclaimed that this was very good news, admitting she had been very scared when her friend had twisted her leg. They remarked on how lucky they were that Hisaki had turned out to be such a nice person. Kotane, smiling, agreed that it was true. Some time ago, Hisaki had commented that, as expected, the girls were not handling the excavator's work. He had told them not to worry, however, as he would reassign them to the kitchen, thinking they would be much more useful there. Currently, Sakura enthusiastically raised her hands and shouted that they would be able to cook in the kitchen without any issues, and that they could say goodbye to the dirty trenches. Kotone looked away tensely, wondering why everyone was looking at them with expressions of pity. Sakura called out to her and suggested they tell the others everything. After some time, they stopped in front of a tent entrance and announced their arrival. Tuya turned his head and asked if they had finished their work already. The protagonist then asked what Ginkgo had wanted to talk to him about. Ginkgo calmly exhaled and clarified that she had wanted to speak with him alone, but since the main character insisted on having others present, then she would get straight to the point. She questioned if they were not interested in knowing the whole truth about the disaster, specifically how it all began. Tuya yelled in surprise, asking how she knew about their interest. Ginkgo stated that while she did not know everything, she knew exactly how and with whom it all started. She revealed that there was a culprit who had initiated everything, and his name was Sorato. The protagonist and Kotone were stunned by this revelation. Ginkgo remarked that it seemed they were related after all. She explained that at first, she had thought they just shared the same last name, but it appeared the world was a small place. A surprised Tuya asked if the protagonist had an older brother, stating that he had not even known. The main character confirmed this, clarifying that he had a half-brother. Tuya exclaimed in amazement, saying he had not thought the white-haired guy was Rikuto's older brother and questioned if Sorato had bullied the protagonist. The main character calmly replied that it was all in the past and of no consequence. Kotone sadly placed a hand to her chest as she remembered Sorato beating the protagonist. The main character raised his hand and clarified that he just could not understand how Sorato could have caused the entire disaster, as it sounded absurd. Ginkgo noted that this was not surprising. If she had not known everything herself, she would not have believed it either. She stated, however, that she was sure of one thing. Sorato was the key figure in causing the disaster. The narrative then flashed back to exactly 1 week before the cataclysm. Ginkgo was shown lying on a couch, looking at her phone. She was surprised, noticing that it was him again. Ginkgo thought about slimes, golems, and wyverns. She had died at their hands many times before, but now everything was different. Ginkgo knew the weaknesses of each of them, and was now certain she could defeat them. She recalled that slimes were weak to fire, and one needed to strike the golem with the letter E directly in the head. Wyverns, she remembered, loved everything shiny and could be easily distracted, allowing one to quickly move past them. The one that still posed a problem for her, however, was the Lich. He was much stronger than those she had previously fought, but even he possessed a weakness to silver. She knew that if you pierced him with a silver spear, he would die. Ginkgo happily cried out in triumph. She smiled, reflecting that the game her mother had made was truly addictive. A player had to think through every battle, and the levels were not particularly easy. Ginkgo quickly put on her jacket and screamed, realizing she had spent a very long time playing the game and was now extremely late. The game Mythical Summon System was still open on her phone. Sometime later at a hospital, Ginkgo was walking down a hallway. She looked away, noting that her mother's room should be nearby. She then fell silent, noticing that the door was slightly ajar. Inside, Sorato asked if that was her final answer. A sad Yukina confirmed that it was. Sorato, smiling, questioned if she even realized that he was FN's largest shareholder. Yukina sternly replied that she knew very well who he was, but her answer would remain unchanged. She stated that she had left FN a long time ago, and was now just an ordinary woman who did not have much time left. She requested that he just leave her alone. Sorato laughed and yelled, questioning if that was truly the genius programmer of FN speaking. He stated that she was one of the few people he respected, and that the mythical summoning system was the very foundation of FN. He reminded her that she was the one who had created it and told her she did not have to worry. He proposed that she just had to give him the game, and in return, he would provide her with the best care and the best doctors from all over the country, asking if that did not sound tempting. Yukina lowered her head and remained silent. Sorato clarified if she was still resisting. He noted that he had been addressing her as a sign of respect, but the mythical summoning system, like the entire company, already belonged to him. He explained that the materials Yukina had left behind before her resignation would be sufficient to launch it. He warned that very soon she would see their world change radically, and that he would be the one to initiate these changes. He expressed his hope that she would not regret her refusal. Yukina looked at him calmly but said nothing. Sarada walked past Ginkgo and laughed. Ginkgo then entered the room and asked who that idiot was. Her mother, happy to see her, noted that her daughter had decided to visit that day. Yukina replied that this was not so important. What was more important was whether Ginkgo had been at school that day. Her daughter immediately began to shake with fear. She turned her head to the side and replied that she had not. Her mother then asked for the reason. Ginkgo irritably crossed her arms, exclaiming that she was surrounded by idiots in her class and that school was incredibly boring. Yukina agreed, stating that her daughter was different from others, but warned that with such an attitude, Ginkgo would never make any friends. Ginkgo snorted in irritation. Her mother then put her fingers to the corners of her own lips and asked her daughter to smile, reminding Ginkgo not to forget to do so. She explained that a smile attracts people and improves one's own mood. Ginkgo sheepishly asked her mother to stop, finding it shameful. She declared that friends were nothing but trouble and that she lived very well on her own, without them. Yukina, with a smile, clarified her daughter's statement, questioning why, if she lived so well alone, Ginkgo always helped those in need. Her mother laughed and told her daughter not to worry, calling her a good girl. She expressed her certainty that one day her daughter would meet people who would truly understand her and that Ginkgo would make very good friends. The daughter sighed tiredly and asked her mother to stop. She suggested they talk about something more exciting, like the game her mother had made a long time ago. Yukina clarified if she meant the mythical summon system, remarking that it brought back memories. She then asked how far her daughter had progressed in the game. Ginkgo joyfully exclaimed that on that very day, she had finally defeated the Lich, who was the boss of the northern region. Her mother shouted with great happiness, calling the achievement amazing. She commented that she had made the boss quite difficult. Ginkgo interrupted her, clarifying that she had defeated him in the end. She added that the game was really cool. Even though the monsters were classic, they changed after each rebirth. She also noted that it was set in modern times, something she had never seen before. What appealed to Ginkgo most was the absence of magic or other typical fantasy elements in the game. To win, a player had to use their wits and the tools at hand. Ginkgo then asked with some irritation if her mother had modeled the heroine, Sylvia, after her. Yukina laughed and exclaimed that she thought her secret had been discovered. Ginkgo shouted that even though the game was not yet finished, if it were released now, it would be a massive hit. Her mother asked if her daughter truly believed that. Ginkgo raised her finger and noted that, come to think of it, the game really was missing a final chapter. She then asked how her mother intended to conclude the game. Yukina smiled tensely, and after offering an apology, replied that this information was a trade secret. Her daughter eagerly pleaded with her mother to tell her the story. Ginkgo thought that she probably did not have much time left to spend with her mother, which is why she had decided to spend every free minute with her. But suddenly, the end of this world arrived. Ginkgo stopped in front of a multitude of monsters. She asked with great fear how this was possible. Unable to believe her own eyes, people were being killed and burned. It was pure chaos. This was a new reality that Ginkgo's brain could not accept. She looked at the unfolding events with amazement, questioning what was happening. She then noticed the phones lying on the ground. Ginkgo screamed as she realized that monsters had crawled out of the phones and started attacking people, and that these were the same monsters she was now seeing. It felt as though she had seen them before. Lizardmen, black dogs, harpies. They were definitely enemies from the game, from the mythical summoning system, the very game her mother had created. Ginkgo was stunned as she remembered her mother. She began to run quickly, shouting that she had to find her mother immediately. She knew that given Yukina's condition, she could not have gotten far from the hospital. Ginkgo then stopped and turned her head to the side as she heard a scream. A student, sitting next to the corpses of her comrades, was asking for help. Ginkgo remembered how this same student had previously shouted at her not to come any closer. Ginkgo snorted in irritation and ran toward the student, her mother's words echoing in her memory. The monster turned its attention to her with fury, running towards her at great speed and raising its weapon. Ginkgo was stunned, thinking that these monsters genuinely wanted her dead. This was no longer a game. This was reality. The monster swung its weapon with great force. Ginkgo fell to one knee, thinking that she needed to pull herself together. She reasoned that if this was the same goblin from her mom's game, a type of monster she had killed in droves, then its weak spot had likely not changed. She then kicked the goblin between its legs. It screamed and fell to the ground. Ginkgo instantly ran towards the second enemy. She struck the goblin's neck, thinking to herself that while the creatures were certainly a little stronger than an ordinary person, they possessed very little endurance. She concluded that if she dealt with them individually, they would be unable to harm her. The remaining goblin looked fearfully at the approaching Ginkgo. She quickly wrapped her arms around its neck, pressed her hand on it, and the goblin instantly fell to the ground. She turned around and, looking at the student's corpse, remarked that she had been too late. Ginkgo gritted her teeth in fear and asked for the girl's forgiveness. She then picked up her knife and ran to the side. Ginkgo thought that no matter where she looked, hell had literally manifested on the city streets. But she resolved to walk forward, no matter what, for her mother's sake. Ginkgo prayed to God that Yukina was still alive. She resolutely plunged her knife into a monster's body. She then let out a tired sigh, exclaiming that there were a lot of freaks in the hospital as well. Ginkgo ran down the hallway at high speed. Thinking only of her mother, she quickly opened the door to her room and called out her name. Ginkgo looked at the empty ward and screamed, questioning if she was really not there. She noted that there were no corpses or traces of blood in the room and wondered if perhaps her mother had managed to escape. Her daughter then noticed sounds coming from a closet. Ginkgo opened the closet doors and looked at her mother. Yukina, looking at her laptop, screamed that she had relaxed too much. She stated that if only she hadn't... She paused as Ginkgo turned to her. Yukina then shouted with great tension that she did not think he would be able to bring this world to life. She admitted that she had underestimated Serato. She theorized that if everything was proceeding as she supposed, all the phones and computers around the world would fail. She considered herself lucky, however, as she had a laptop with an isolated network, and with it, she could accomplish her goal. Ginkgo interrupted her, calling out her mother's name. A very scared Yukina looked at her daughter. Ginkgo joyfully exclaimed her thanks to God that her mother was alive. She urged that they needed to run, immediately, as there was chaos everywhere, and it was not safe in the hospital. Yukina looked sadly at the computer screen and stated sadly that she could not leave. She explained that she had to do something very important, as everything that was currently happening was her fault. Ginkgo furiously grabbed her mother by the shoulders, interrupting her to shout that she did not understand what Yukina was talking about. She insisted that they needed to get out of there right now, warning that the monsters were real and would kill her mother. Yukina took her daughter's hand and replied that Ginkgo was right. They had to leave, as it was too early for her to die. Suddenly, a monster's huge tail rose up. Ginkgo looked in fear at the creature that had just broken through the wall, screaming that it was a giant scorpion. She recognized it as one of the game's difficult bosses and questioned why it had appeared in this specific location. The scorpion then placed its paw on the laptop. Yukina fearfully extended her hand and screamed. Ginkgo raised her own hand and ordered her mother to step back. Yukina burst into tears as the scorpion raised its paws. Ginkgo raised her knife, thinking that she had to protect her mother, no matter the cost. Yukina turned sadly to her daughter, and Ginkgo ordered her mother to stand aside, insisting she could handle the situation. Ginkgo thought about the creature's hard shell and its incredible agility, which made its movements difficult to predict. She could not even remember how many times it had killed her in the game. However, Ginkgo knew its weak spot was its brain. There was one specific place on its head where the shell was much thinner. A single hit there would be enough to finish the scorpion. But she also knew that just one mistake would result in her being either ripped apart by its pincers or stung with its poison. She wondered what to do, considering if she might be able to get around it. Yukina covered her mouth with her hand and coughed, crying and asking for forgiveness. Ginkgo thought that if she were alone, she might be able to escape, but her mother would not be able to do so. Therefore, she had no other choice but to fight. The scorpion approached and hissed, quickly raising its pincers. Ginkgo thought that she needed to act at that very moment, striking its head with one precise blow while it was in mid-swing. Ginkgo jumped but instantly tripped over a stone. She shook as she looked down. Blood spurted to the sides. The knife had hit the scorpion's head, but Ginkgo thought that she had missed the precise spot by a small margin. A claw approached her head, and she fell into a stupor. The scorpion quickly grabbed her with its claw. Ginkgo screamed in horror and coughed up blood. The scorpion then raised its tail, preparing to use its stinger. Ginkgo wondered if this was the end. The scorpion attacked, and Ginkgo watched in horror at what was happening. Her mom smiled, with blood dripping from her mouth, as she turned to her daughter. The scorpion's stinger pierced Yukina's body. Her mom put her hands on the stinger and grunted in pain. Ginkgo looked at her with an expression of great fear. She burst into tears, screaming that this could not be happening. Ginkgo quickly plunged the knife into her opponent's body. The scorpion raised its claws and shrieked in pain. Ginkgo then jumped up with the intention of attacking again. Screams echoed from the hospital. The scorpion's corpse lay on the floor. Ginkgo, holding her mother by the back, urged her to hold on. Her thoughts raced to an antidote. She knew they needed one. She recalled that an antidote was not an item in the game itself, as this blow was considered a fatal attack. She realized they first needed to stop the bleeding, and then Yukina raised a shaking hand, interrupting her daughter. She smiled, placed her hand on her daughter's cheek, and asked her to calm down. Ginkgo burst into tears, exclaiming that it was all her fault. Yukina apologized and, while coughing, stated that this was not so. She was the one to blame for everything. She explained that because of her, many people had died that day, and she was so sorry. A bewildered Ginkgo screamed that she did not understand. Yukina confidently told her daughter that she had to take something. She then threw a cross into her daughter's hand, clarifying that a memory card was hidden inside. She explained that this item contained the whole truth about the catastrophe and was humanity's only hope. Ginkgo's instructions were to go to Amishima and find the FN branch. Ginkgo screamed, realizing she now knew who was behind all of this. A demon in the flesh, Serato. She understood everything. The daughter pleaded with her mother not to waste her energy talking like that. Yukina turned to her daughter with a smile, and Ginkgo asked what was wrong. Her mother, with the last of her strength, said that she loved her and that Ginkgo was her precious daughter. Ginkgo thought that she had hoped to be ready for the day when she would see her mother take her last breath. Yukina asked for forgiveness, stating that her daughter would now have to bear this burden alone. She instantly lowered her head and closed her eyes. Ginkgo burst into tears, thinking that as she held her mother's cold body in her arms, surrounded by this bloody hell, she felt herself being consumed by despair. In the present, Ginkgo concluded that this was how it had all begun for her. A sad Katone noted that it was too much for one person to survive such a horror. Tuya clarified, asking if all the answers were hidden in Amishima. Tuta questioned if, upon arriving in the city, they would find the answers to how to save their world. Sakura stated that she found such a story hard to believe. Ginkgo calmly replied that they could choose to believe it or not, but she had already made up her mind. The protagonist confidently raised his hand, stating that he believed Ginkgo and wanted to go to Amishima with her if she would permit it. Ginkgo took his hand and called him a kind madman. After a while, Ijima asked how the leader was doing that month. Hisaki smiled and replied that they had made significant progress, noting that they had tried very hard. He closed a book and clarified that everyone who had worked hard that month would be rewarded. Hisaki then grinned ominously, adding that the reward would be in the form of bonuses. Several days had passed since their conversation with Ginkgo. Inida noted that they had earned bonuses that month and that he could not wait for the payout. He turned his attention to the other people and asked his comrade to look at their sad faces. Inida then shouted with a smile, stating that he had heard those who did not receive their bonuses would be sent to cultivation. His comrade smirked, exclaiming that Inida was, of course, being harsh with them. Rikudo thought that these bonuses were intended to encourage those who worked hard, but the atmosphere around them was oppressive. He mused that, for some reason, those who maintained order were often terrible people. In the group, everyone, both men and women, was fed equally, and no conflicts arose because of it. Everything should have been fine, but he wondered why the people around them were so scared. He considered asking Ginkgo about this. The comrades then noticed a scream. Inida had grabbed a girl named Sana. She fearfully apologized, explaining that someone had pushed her and her food. Before Sana could finish, Inida's comrade laughed, questioning what was wrong with her and stating that they were all friends. He asked if they would really fight over something so minor. The main character sighed sternly, thinking that these guys were once again going a little too far. An irritated Tuiya said that he should intervene, and the protagonist agreed. Tuiya confidently ordered Inida to leave the girl alone. The man approached the protagonist, ordering them to stay out of it. Rikudo looked at the man ominously, which made him very scared. A comrade stood behind the man and ordered the protagonist not to get cocky. He acknowledged that they had helped the group and were in good standing with the boss, but warned that this did not give them the right to act in such a manner. Inida asked his comrades to calm down, stating it was better not to disturb the established order. He approached Sana and apologized to her, claiming they were just joking. Sana clenched her fist in fear and looked down. Inida then moved aside, ordering his comrades to leave because he was hungry. His comrades became angry, shouting that these jerks needed to be put in their place and that they were getting too cocky. Inita grinned ominously and ordered them to leave the newcomers alone, stating they would soon learn the order the boss had established. Tuya questioned what they were even talking about. The main character then extended his hand to Sana and asked if she was able to stand up. Sana, with tears in her eyes, shook with fear. Her father then struck Rikuto, ordering the freak to get away from his daughter. A stunned Tuya questioned the man's actions. Sana pleaded with her dad to stop, yelling that the boys had, on the contrary, saved her and that they were not bad people. Her dad decisively raised his fist and told his daughter to step back, stating he knew very well that they were just like everyone else. The protagonist questioned if this man was her father. He then asked why, if the father had seen everything, he had not intervened to save his daughter from the very beginning, questioning if it was not a parent's duty to protect their own children. The angry father ordered the main character to be quiet, raised his arms to his sides, and yelled that Rikuto knew nothing. Sana wrapped her arms around her dad's body, asking him to stop. She explained that it was thanks to the hunters that she and her dad were still alive, and that she was okay, asking if he could see that. For that reason, she pleaded with him to stop. Her dad knelt down and hugged his daughter, asking for her forgiveness. Tuya placed a hand on the main character's shoulder and suggested they leave. At the same time, another guy put his hands to his head in fear. He lowered his head in dismay, screaming that this could not be happening, and that this time they would surely send him to be raised. Kotone, smiling and holding a tray of food, asked if he was feeling unwell. The guy noticed Kotone's happy expression, shyly raised his hands, and replied that everything was fine. Kotone remarked that she was glad to hear it and offered him something to eat. The guy fearfully asked her to stop, clarifying if she worked in the kitchen. A surprised Kotone confirmed this, replying that she had started that very day. The guy smiled, noting that even she had been sent there. Kotone explained that, unfortunately, she could no longer help the group in her previous role, so she would now try her best in the kitchen. Sakura happily raised her hand and screamed that they needed to hurry because Rikuto was waiting for them. Kotone replied that she was already on her way. The guy, holding a plate, remarked on her beauty. He then laughed madly, stating that eventually she would meet the same fate. After some time, the main character stated that something was wrong in that place. He explained that they had been living there for about half a month, but he could not shake a persistent, uneasy feeling. Tuya calmly agreed with his comrade. He crossed his arms, noting that the atmosphere in the group was becoming more unsettling every day, so much so that he no longer wanted to stay there. Tutu clarified that it had all started with the bonuses, questioning what they even were. The protagonist looked at Ginkgo, stating that she had been there longer than they had, and asked what it all meant. Ginkgo lowered her head. Sakura then arrived, smiling and holding a tray, yelling that they must be hungry. Kotone noted that they had worked very hard that day. Tuya happily thanked them and Tutu smiled, exclaiming that he really was very hungry. Ginkgo asked with great fear why the girls were delivering food. Kotone replied that from that day on, they were working in the kitchen, as she had recently injured her leg while working as a digger. Sakura added that Hisaki had kindly reassigned them. She apologized, stating that their comrades worked hard every day, yet they could not even perform their jobs as diggers properly. Tutu raised his hand, saying that sending them to dig in the mine in the first place had been a bad idea. Ginkgo was extremely angry, thinking to herself that Hisaki was a jerk. Deeply worried, she ran for the exit. In another room, Ijima tells Hisaki directly he's a rotten guy for hiding everything from them. The redhead tells him to be quiet, but the blonde knows no one will show up for dinner. Then Hisaki explains they just need to detach the train's rear cars. Hisaki explains that since the master key disappeared, they need to mess with the wiring, but then the guy pulls the key from his pocket and laughs. He says he really wants to build a beautiful system where everyone helps each other, but Kinko bursts into the room, kicking the door open, and leaves Ijima completely stunned. She demands to know why they're living like animals in this hole, while that bastard redhead just stands there with a mocking smile. She screams for an answer, and Hisaki just signals Ejima to calm down. Then the guy starts telling a story, placing a black box on the table. Hisaki starts with self-help nonsense about Pandora's box and says some idiot opened it, spreading despair worldwide, but at the bottom of the box, so-called hope remained, and he finishes the story with the most cynical tone. Fuyose doesn't get it, but then he drops the poison. What was left at the bottom wasn't hope at all. He explains people only have hope because they don't know the truth. He then states Amashima City is Pandora's box itself. To him, the base provides the only order and happiness, and the rest of the world just chases a miracle, digging its own grave. The scarred man laughs, saying the redhead has no shame. Hizaki doesn't even care, saying he loves his current life. He says they have everything there, even rare entertainment. Meanwhile, Kinko just stands there, breaking out in a cold sweat. Hizaki then ignores her shock and asks if she'll keep helping the group as before. He says he's even willing to make special arrangements for her. The girl thinks about her friends and despair hits hard. He holds out his hand, waiting for her answer, but a monster's scream cuts through the conversation, leaving the poor girl in shock. Out of nowhere, a strange noise echoes, and a giant worm bursts through the wall. Everyone goes into full panic mode, and worms start popping up from every direction. It's total chaos, and one poor guy gets impaled without a chance. The protagonist arrives at the scene, already bringing the iron pipe down on the abomination's head. Nishi isn't falling behind either, and he's already readying his arrow, asking where all these creatures came from. Rikuto realizes that if there are baby wyverns, there are baby worms too, while Sakura tries to run from this bizarre new ecosystem. Katone yells at her to get out of the way, and the sound of destruction reaches the bosses. Kinko is stunned by all the screaming and takes off running. Ijima is already getting out of there too, but the redhead stops him to talk about Kinko. He says she'll just end up being a burden, and with that psychotic little smile tells the guy to kill her. Ijima thinks the redhead is a psychopath, and the two burst out laughing, but Scar laments it because he wanted to see Kinko crying like the others. Hazaki says it can't be helped, and leaves the job to him. Meanwhile, giant worms terrorize the girls, and one's about to grab Sana. But then, someone flies in with a kick, and Kinko lands a perfect punch right in the creature's face. Without mercy, she immediately slices the worm apart. Sana just stands there in shock while the girl faces the rest of the horde and tells her to run to the central gate because it's safe there. Kinko tells Sana to get off the tracks now and screams at her to get out of there right now. The girl runs off thanking her, while the platinum-haired girl, knife in hand, stays behind to hold the line. But the worms keep popping up, and she realizes she forgot that light doesn't drive these things away. Meanwhile, Nishi and the others are in deep trouble trying not to become a snack. Nishi complains that there's not a single moment of peace in this end of the world. Then Ijima shows up, crushing a worm's head, and Hizaki arrives asking what the situation is. Weak creatures, that's what Ijima says, but Hizaki is already focused on the station's division. Meanwhile, on the south side, people are being devoured by the worms. The redhead puts on an act and decides to abandon the south side, leaving Rikuto in shock. Nishi asks if he's insane, but the guy says he's being rational. The plan is to save the useful ones, like the hunters and cooks, and leave the old and wounded behind because they're dead weight. They were horrified. With that cynical smile, he says it's all for the sake of order. Rikuto doesn't think twice and immediately takes off down the tunnel, while Nishi says he'll be right behind him. But the path is infested, and the worms keep appearing, and the archer tells our boy not to die before he gets there. Hidden there, Ginkgo watches the protagonist heading straight for the south sector. Look at the chaos the south sector has become. People are getting snatched from every side. Sana tries to drag her injured father away, but they end up getting knocked to the ground. Sana's father is at his limit and begs his daughter to run and save herself, but a giant worm leaps at them, and Rokuto charges in at full force to slam the metal pipe into the creature's face. The kid is unstoppable. He tells the two of them to get out of there while he holds things off, but the old man doesn't understand why he came to save them. He says they're burdens, and that the natural thing would be to abandon those who are useless, but Rokuto tells it like it is. That's animal logic. Rokuto says it straight. They're still human, and helping others is the bare minimum. That heroic moment ends fast because everything starts shaking, and the ground cracks. Our boy looks back, shocked, and sees Fuyus running, warning the place will collapse, but the asphalt instantly gives way, swallowing the MC halfway. He falls to the floor below while Ginkgo desperately tries to reach him. Rokuto is rattled by the hole's size while Fuyus grabs his hand, explaining worms ate the foundation and says she'll pull him up, but she realizes the ground is too unstable for her to hold alone and asks the two survivors for help. Right then, a third person appears, saying he'll help, but it's that bastard Ijima, who immediately kicks the girl's back. He says his foot slipped while the two plunge into the abyss, and just look at this lunatic's psychotic face. Sana's father is shocked, not understanding why Hisaki's executioner is there. Ijima pretends to be upset and asks if they don't agree it's such a shame. He squares up against the survivors, and Sana's father gives in immediately. The coward leaves to report the accident, and leaves the two lying there on the ground. But the tunnel is collapsing too, with rocks falling everywhere. The place has become a death trap, and Nishi panics, calling out for our boy. The ceiling suddenly starts cracking, and the archer freezes seeing the structure give way. Rocks start raining down on their heads, and the guys can only curl up as everything collapses. The tunnel is caving in, with giant worms completely wrecking the foundation. Back at the base, the news reaches Kitone, and the blonde explains Hisaki confirmed the accident. Look at that little smile on that red-headed bastard in the background. What a piece of shit. Kitone collapses to her knees, while her friend tries to swear our boy wouldn't die like that. Suddenly the curtain opens, and this bunch of weirdos storms into the tent. Sakura tries to stand up to them, but the glasses-wearing brat just lets out a bizarre laugh. Chaos breaks out, along with cries for help. Within seconds, the two of them are already tied up and gagged on the floor. The nerd grabs Kotone by the hair, saying that since the world is over, they should have a little fun. And the bastard starts by tearing the poor girl's blouse. Good lord. Look at the size of the talent in that neckline. The guy completely lost it. The chubby one doesn't waste any time either and starts tearing Sakura's blouse too. Looks like he really wants to join the breast milk village. These guys are completely lost in their madness, and all Kotone can do is call out for Rokuto. The nerd tells her to behave with the face of someone who's never seen a woman in his life. They think that because the world ended and there are no more rules, they can do whatever they want. The brat is completely out of his mind, and he's practically licking the poor girl already. So disgusting. A gunshot silences the chatter, and the brat freezes when he sees who's at the door. Hizaki asks what's going on in there, while the other chubby guy is already done for, with a hole right in the middle of his forehead. With that same macabre little smile as always, he explains that he understands very well how people lose control when order collapses. The nerd swears it was just a moment of weakness, but he's practically having a breakdown from fear as he crawls on the floor. Then Hizaki presses the gun barrel against his head, and the bastard still has the nerve to say they're just cooks and that they deserve to feel good. Unacceptable. Hizaki explains that order has to be absolute for them to keep being human. He calls the brat a fool and blows his brains out without blinking, blood even splattered onto the screen. Gross. Animals have no place in his community. The two girls are left stunned, watching the execution from up close. The psychopath even apologizes for the disturbance as other men enter the tent. He says the group's order is shaken, needing immediate resolution, and offers the girls as a reward to Ijima and other veterans. Look at that guy's grin. Hizaki stands there with that psychopath smile, asking if the girls will cooperate willingly. But our guy's a little busy down in the rubble. He and Ginkgo got out in one piece, but fell straight into a nest of worm eggs. Gross. The MC asks if she knows her way, and she explains she memorized all area maps. Rishinu says he'll make Ijima pay for kicking them down there, and the girl decides to reveal what happens in that so-called community. Rishinu tells her to continue, while Sana's father cries on the floor, apologizing for being a coward. The guy freezes when the MC shows up alive, unable to believe he returned from the abyss. Rikuto doesn't want to hear talk, heading straight into the sector where barbarity runs wild. Look at this sicko licking the girl. It's a festival of cowardice with people screaming for help until Kotone and Sakura ask if he came to rescue them. With rewards like these, I'd come back from hell too. Hizaki gives a cynical smile seeing Rikuto survived, immediately saying the best are getting their bonus now. The MC asks if this is his idea of order and tells him to go to hell in this breast milk village. The redhead just lets out a laugh, saying the boy's too young to understand the system's beauty. Rikuto points the metal pipe at the villain, while Hizaki starts philosophizing about what defines a human. To him, the answer is order, and with that, the henchmen jump in to pin our protagonist down. Ijima laughs at the immobilized brat, while other veterans comment the protagonist is dangerous for almost dodging a bullet, but they're using Kotone and Sakura as hostages to keep him in check. With talent like that, I wouldn't want to let them out of my sight either. Hizaki gets right up close, lifting our guy's face, and starts preaching he created a utopia where people can be truly human. He even praises Rikuto's reflexes, asking if the boy wants to switch sides. But the MC just lets out a dry laugh, explaining all this so-called order is a blatant lie. While the girls watch in shock, he finishes by saying, Hizaki is nothing but a soulless monster. Hizaki really hated the beast label. Ijima then kicked the protagonist's face, teaching him boss respect. The other cowards seized the chance to unleash their anger on the helpless boy. Kotone and Sakura despaired at the sight, and Ginkgo and the useless teacher appeared at the door. The redhead noticed the growing audience, and Ginkgo was shaken seeing Rikuto's state. With a macabre smile, Hizaki explained this was all for order, and announced our guy would be the next keeper of the round. He told everyone to gather and watch the show. Our guy was on the edge. Things just got serious as a colossal worm rose from the abyss to feed. Total panic. Hizaki explained the monster only stops when full, saying it's final, no more talking. The girls screamed as they saw the kid in the beast's sights. Ginkgo appeared, shouting for Rikuto to surrender, and offered to become a slave to spare him, but our boy didn't care. He turned his back, saying he didn't need that. Ginkgo asked if he wasn't afraid of dying, and our boy admitted he was. But while everyone watched in shock, he remembered he finally wanted to live like a real person. The kid faced the giant worm, saying he'd defeat the beast, while Ginkgo called him crazy. Just look at Rikuto's empty stare, he seriously doesn't care anymore. While the girls in the back could only cry, and Yoneda was losing patience with all the talking, he brought his club down, telling him to pipe down. Yamada didn't even see where it came from, when Ginkgo landed a brutal kick right in his face. The bastard went flying straight into the worm's mouth, and the damage was massive. Our boy looked back, kinda confused, while the girl remembered her mother and decided to stop fooling herself. Now she's ready to jump into the fight with him, and the protag even mocked her, calling her stupid, but the others were already closing in to make them pay, and Hazaki said anyone who breaks the rules has no place in his community. Rikuto wasted no time, swinging a heavy blow to clear a path, while Ginkgo came in, slicing through everyone with her knife, without mercy. The extras were stunned by them, wondering if they were even human. Then Ijima showed up, laughing in everyone's face, telling the cowards to stop shaking. He reminds them they have a numbers advantage, saying it's just a matter of time until the two get tired. One brute seizes the chance, landing a heavy hit on our boy, making him lose balance as Ginkgo screams his name. Another guy's already on her, asking if she has time to look away, and she lands a hit that knocks the wind out of him. Now the villain hypes his troops to finish off the two kids. The net closes in, and both are already at their limit, while Hizaki watches from the side, reloading his gun with that grin of someone loving the chaos. Kitone and Sakura fall into despair, seeing our boy's state. Sana's father and the rest of the group can only watch, looking like they've given up everything. They don't get why the MC and Ginkgo still try to fight, while everyone else just accepts being trampled. Even completely beaten, Rikuto flat out says fighting is the only way he feels truly alive, and that line hits the conscience of everyone just standing there hard. Blood sprays everywhere, and out of nowhere someone yells for them to let him go. The bald guy and Ijima finally wear Ginkgo down, and Hizaki tells Rikuto straight that this fight's ending was decided from the start. The kid's completely spent. The girls can only watch, tied up and unable to do anything. The blonde guy tells the other veteran to finish off the MC already, but Ginkgo doesn't care about herself at all, only screaming Rikuto's name. The enforcer sneers and presses the nail bat against the girl's neck, saying she'll be the one making us sick of this guy, while the big guy pins her arms and the psychopath gets ready to pay attention to our girl. But the game changes when a club suddenly comes flying out of nowhere. Ijima doesn't even finish laughing before he takes a smack to the back of the head. The guy glitches out, bleeding and trying to figure out which genius did that. He collapses to the ground while the big guy freezes in shock, still holding Ginkgo. Even Rikuto has no idea what's going on. Look at Sana's father. The guy finally found the courage to defend himself. He tells everyone to go to hell, and the other survivors come right behind him with bloodlust in their eyes. It's pure concentrated chaos with blood flying everywhere because the riot has truly begun, and the veterans are getting the beating of a lifetime. Sana's father asks for forgiveness for taking so long to act. The old man's possessed, crushing those guys without mercy, and shouts he should have fought sooner, but now he'll protect Sana to the very end. Even the girls are done being punching bags, smashing bricks into the veterans' faces. Ginkgo's left speechless, seeing the women she saved apologizing because they knew she was killing herself trying to protect everyone, but their fear of Ijima was stronger. Then Sana's father rallies the group, saying their living dead life is over, and that they're going to reclaim their dignity and truly live. It's a horde of furious people charging at the hunters, and the guys never even saw the blow coming. The veterans retreat in total panic and end up falling straight into the hole the worms opened. While the gang gets wrecked, Hizaki's there, calm, gun in hand. He realizes the hostages are worthless now. He has only one target now, Kurogane Rokuto. To the psychopath, if the leader falls, the revolt collapses on the spot. With that villainous grin, he cocks the pistol and takes aim to land the final one-shot on our boy, Ginkgo. Catches on to what he's about to do and panics. She screams, warning that he's being targeted. Rokuto senses the danger while Ginkgo yells at him to watch his aim. Too late. Rokuto senses the danger while Ginkgo yells at him to watch his aim. Too late. Hizaki delivers his final goodbye with his finger on the trigger. Our girl tries the impossible, but she's not going to make it in time. The sound echoes and blood splatters, and she freezes on the spot, thinking the protagonist is done for. But Rokuto is still standing, with only a graze. The villain is the one howling, his hand pierced by an arrow, and Nishi emerges from the shadows asking what this mess is. Nishi makes it clear that he's already chosen Rokuto's side, and the girls are almost crying with joy, seeing that backup has arrived. Kakeshi is here too, cleaning house, and Isaac shows up right after, beating down the Of Mercy. He runs to free the two of them. Afterward, he explains that he saved everyone during the collapse, but they had to fight some wyverns to get back to the subway. Isaac then asks what they should do next, and the MC tells him to eliminate Hizaki and the rest of the group for good. The archer agrees instantly, while Kakeshi keeps fighting. Now the extras finally get brave and join the attack against the veterans, and the gang totally panics. Hizaki realizes he's lost, so he decides to sneak away, leaving his subordinate talking to himself. He runs, remembering only the train key matters now. The villain still sneers, asking if it's Rokuto again. Ginko screams at the MC not to let that guy escape with the key, but Nishi can't shoot because allies and enemies are too close. The others just stand there, hoping, scared stiff. Man, those two are strong. Meanwhile, Teishi keeps beating the veterans, and Hizaki asks if the protagonist really thinks he can fight him alone. The guy boasts his injured hand changes nothing, but the MC says he's gonna win. The real one-on-one begins, with Rokuto facing the pistol's barrel. Our boy charges in with everything, ignoring the danger to close the distance. The villain pulls the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet just barely grazes the kid's head. Hizaki keeps that mocking look, and says it directly, "A gun isn't so scary when you understand its mechanics." Rokuto focuses entirely on the pistol's barrel, reading the villain's every move through its reflection. He believes the trajectory is predictable, but the villain explains the shots were just to study him, like a chess game where he already knew the end. And now he prepares the checkmate, aiming exactly where the MC's heart will be. Hizaki pulls the trigger to finish it, and immediately declares checkmate with that little winner's grin. The shot hits perfectly. Ginko then screams our boy's name, falling into total despair. But Rokuto doesn't fall. He pushes forward, iron pipe ready to return the favor. The villain can't understand a thing, completely baffled by how the MC is still standing. Our boy reveals he used a concrete piece to tank the shot. He asks if Hizaki was aiming for his heart, then brings the pipe down with everything he's got to end the conversation. The impact is so strong that the master key flies out of his pocket, and the bastard is sent straight into the abyss. He's done for. Rokuto tells him the game is over. Ginko gets all flustered by our boy's sheer aura. Hizaki plummets into the abyss, remembering his father saying that order separates man from beast. The old man used to say that without rules, people turn into animals, and laws exist to protect that balance. Flashback to our villain's past. While his mother cries, the boy already has that dead fish stare, hearing that anyone who breaks order is pure evil. Cut to school, where a blonde bully is humiliating everyone. The teacher tries to intervene, but the kid is a big shot's heir, and threatens to ruin his life before throwing a punch. Everyone freezes, while little Hizaki just watches from afar. But the game changes that night with someone screaming in pain, while they shout that what Hizaki is doing is wrong. And now, as he falls into the abyss, all the guy can do is laugh. In the flashback, Hizaki goes on with that classic villain speech, saying that Rikuto is nothing but an animal in human skin. But just look at the irony. The one who ended up becoming beast food was him, and it was an ugly end, being swallowed alive by the worm. Our boy just stares into the silence below, while the villain's bootlickers go into shock. The uprising finishes off the remaining veterans, and in the middle of the chaos, Ginko retrieves the master key and can't believe it. She looks at Rikuto, who's there, exhausted but finally free. Ginko explains that it wasn't his fault. Rikuto says he's fine and chose to live until the very end. Ginko blushes, calling the MC strong, and says he can always come to her when he needs to talk. But the sweet moment ends in shock as they reach the hole's edge. The giant worm vanished, leaving only a pile of skeletons. Ginko can't understand it, because those things don't move in the light. Man, Katone looks stacked, even in that oversized vest, as she thanks Takeshi for the clothes. Sakura gets flustered, thanking the blonde guy, but then everything shakes. Nishi goes pale, asking if it's another collapse, and the missing monster bursts from the ground. Katone and the group are speechless, staring at that purple, toothy mouth that shouldn't be in the light. Look at that maw's size. The beast lets out a bizarre roar. Sakura freezes when she sees it's not just the big one, but it brought a whole litter of hungry babies. The beast is loose, and it's already eating everyone. One of the girls tries to run, while the giant worm dives back underground. Nishi and Ginkgo can't make sense of it, and Sakura says it might be breeding season. Not even the light can stop these things anymore. The archer asks the MC what to do, and Ginkgo remembers the train is their way out, since Hisaki said it was working. Rikuto doesn't want to hear more talk, and tells everyone to leave now that the tracks to Amashima are clear. Nishi steps up to organize the chaos, and tells everyone to run for the train before the beast gets them for good. The survivors can't believe they're finally escaping this crazy cult, and they take off running in the chaos. Sana helps her father walk, while everyone helps each other so no one gets left behind. Even the cowardly veterans start begging for help, and Ijima is left sprawled out getting a taste of his own medicine. The extra calls him trash, but the other guy says that if they leave him there, they'll be just like the villains. That guy still has that weird smile, and he swears he'll regain control of everything. He doesn't know, but dinner's here. The giant worm shows up right in front of him, and the guy just says it's too late to save this worm. This guy's pure trash, treating women like animals. He used to kick poor victims toward the monster, then celebrate with his buddies like it was a holiday. Look at that huge mouth. The worm comes right up, drooling over Ijima, who screams desperately for help. Too late. The monster bites down hard, ripping one of his arms clean off. While the villain becomes dinner, the rest of the group crowds onto the platform, and Ginkgo says the train's inside is safe. Nishi tells everyone to get in fast, while this guy tries to hold the knuckles. Our boy comes in, slicing up whatever appears in front of him. One of the boys asks what they should do about the buried cars, and Ginkgo replies that the only way is to cut the cables and abandon them. Ginkgo finds the coupling to separate the cars left behind, and pulls the lever with all her strength until the mechanism releases. Nishi yells for her to jump inside already, while the people in there look like they've been through hell. Our girl runs to the driver's cabin to see if they can get out now, but Coldrum says the key isn't starting anything. Ginkgo freezes. If that light goes out now, they're screwed. But Sakura doesn't waste any time and starts opening the panel to see if the problem is in the wiring. Someone sabotaged the wiring on purpose, and Ginkgo grits her teeth thinking about that piece of trash. Hizaki? But Sakura doesn't get shaken at all and assures them she can fix it in the blink of an eye. While she works, the others can only wait anxiously. On the platform, Rikuto and the guys hold off the worms. In the middle of the darkness, the train is still sitting there, but Sakura finishes the job and tells Kato to start it. Now it'll work. The lights flicker, and the people in the car can hardly believe it, and our prodigy technician takes the chance to show off a little. Sakura looks at the boy and realizes the mood is getting strange. She starts freaking out, saying that while she understands wiring, driving the train is not her thing. Then a shadow appears in the middle of the argument. The teacher explains he knows how to run the system, but that piece doesn't last long when a huge drooling worm shows up. Nishi and Riko are at their breaking point, surrounded by these pests that keep appearing. Suddenly, the ground explodes. An even bigger beast appears, ready to make everything its meal. A desperate Nishi asks Riko what their plan is. Behind them, the train finally starts showing signs of life. The train finally moves. The trio runs in desperation as the giant worm almost swallows them. They reach the door. The girls grab the guy's hands with all their might. They made it. Outside, the monsters are left behind as the train vanishes into the tunnel. The giant beast stays there, screaming in rage over its lost dinner. Riko asks if everyone's okay. Nishi confirms that even the injured managed to board. Sana's father takes the controls. The people in the car finally breathe a sigh of relief. Sakura immediately jumps to hug Katone, shouting that they did it. Even Nishi is giddy, thinking the worst is over. Everyone starts congratulating each other, but that peace doesn't last long. The train starts shaking violently. A girl comes running in desperation, warning that something's wrong. She points toward the back. A giant black spike has pierced through the car's floor. The giant worm pierces through the floor. It looks like the train has become a sardine can in its grasp. Everyone panics. They see that mouthful of teeth coming straight at them. The group is paralyzed by the sight. He warns that the train is going to derail. Nishi is already losing it with this worm, but Riko already pulls out the pipe and runs toward the danger. She follows him without even thinking. She tells everyone to move to the next car immediately. Riko rushes to save the extra guy, just as the giant worm was about to eat him. The kid speeds up, flying to shove the iron pipe down the creature's throat. He tells the guy to get out of there, then tries to hold back the worm, which keeps thrashing. Just look at those huge claws. The MC holds his ground, the pipe almost bending, and feels the weight is insane. Everyone watches Riko alone, shocked, while he yells for them to uncouple the car. The kid is focused, saying he'll hold the creature back. They hesitate, afraid to leave him. but Ginkgo is already running to release the lock, trying to pull the iron bar with all her might, but it's completely rusted and won't budge. Then Tetsu comes to help, putting in a monstrous effort to uncouple the car. The blonde kid yells he'll help too, and Ginkgo sees the others coming. But Rico is in serious trouble because the car is too cramped for the MC to dodge. The creature attacks, almost sending him flying. Now the whole group is united, putting in absurd strength, with Takeshi and Sakura pulling with everything they've got. The pin finally gives way. Everyone cheers that the lock came loose and the cars begin to separate. Nishi screams for Rico to jump already, but one of the creature's claws has already slashed the kid's leg. The archer watches the desperation from afar, while the worm opens that huge mouthful of teeth. The protagonist tries to back away. Kotoni's already panicking, seeing Rico cornered. He's pulled deeper in, but he grips the iron pipe with his last bit of strength. He declares he won't quit. Then Ginkgo jumps back in to cut up the worm. Ginkgo rushes in, tearing through, and shoves the knife into the creature with all her might. Rikuto can't believe she returned to danger, and she immediately grabs the kid's shoulder, saying they'll go to Amashima together, and he won't die alone. The two start running for the leap of faith, while Nishi and the blonde kid watch from afar, sweating cold. Rikuto tells her to jump first, but the girl calls him an idiot, and tells him to let her handle it, asking him to trust her one more time. The MC gives that little grin, like he has a plan, and Ginkgo confirms her complete trust in him. With the giant creature almost swallowing them both, they throw themselves into the leap of faith. Nishi stretches his arm from the train, but everyone panics seeing the huge gap. To make things worse, the track curves, heading straight for the wall. They slam hard into the tunnel wall, but Rikuto yells for no one to underestimate him and starts running along the wall to reach the car. The kid's running on the wall like Spider-Man, but Nishi yells he won't make it. Mid-jump, the protagonist thanks Ginkgo for believing in him. He uses the iron pipe to push off the wall and reaches his hand out to Nishi with everything he's got. The train keeps speeding toward the exit, while the giant worm lets out one last roar of rage and is left behind in the tunnel's darkness. They made it. They finally see the light at the tunnel's end. The train finally exits that dark, cursed tunnel, and the car falls silent, Nishi completely drained, sweating cold. Everyone sprawled on the floor, trying to grasp their survival, while the protagonist says he can't believe they made it. Kotoni gets emotional seeing everyone's okay, and the rest of the group just breathes a sigh of relief. Our boy thanks Ginkgo for jumping back in, and she tells him she was just returning the favor. But you can tell their vibe has totally shifted. Ginkgo remembers after her mother died, she'd given up on this world, thinking it was all garbage. Rikuto asks if she changed her mind, and the girl gets all flustered. Fine, it's not that bad, she shouts, dying of embarrassment. The protagonist says they'll survive no matter what, and just look how happy everyone is seeing they have a chance. He holds out his fist, saying it's good to be alive, and Ginkgo turns red as a tomato at the cheesy line. But in the end, she accepts the fist bump and calls him an idiot. And the train keeps going toward the FN Corp building where the mystery began. Finally, in Amashima City, Nishi and Rikuto comment the trip was long as hell. Kotone and the group admit the whole ordeal was way too intense. The car's full of people who escaped hell, but Ginkgo can only focus on the pendant, which holds her mother's secret. Our boy Rikuto comes over to support her, saying she's not alone, and the silver-haired girl turns bright red, blurting out he's way too bold. Meanwhile, Kotone just watches the mood, feeling her place in the MC's life slipping away. The wheels screech on the rails, throwing Ginkgo and Rikuto forward with the jolt. The group sprawls onto the floor in shock, while sparks fly along the way. Then the silver-haired girl remembers what her mother said at the hospital, that the SD card holds the truth and the hope to save the world. She tries to hide her face, not wanting anyone to see her distress, and looks out the window, focused on her mission. The train keeps its high speed but suddenly stops, causing Sana's father and everyone else to panic. Sana's father enters the car, apologizing for the scare, and explains the path is blocked. Just look at these twisted rails, ripped out with strange force. The old man warns they'll have to walk, and Rikuto immediately checks the GPS, which shows only an 8-minute walk. Nishi gets a little uneasy about what they might encounter, and decides to form a 5-person team to move ahead, leaving Sakura shocked to be included. Sana's father decides to be a hero and says he'll go too to protect the kids, but Nishi shuts that down and asks the old man to wait there, explaining that protecting those on the train is just as vital as their mission. The old man understands, and they finally leave the tracks. Now the elite team moves through the city, while Sakura already complains of a nervous stomachache, and they enter total darkness, with only broken buildings and eerie silence. Rikuto comments that even the big city didn't escape that carnage. Ginkgo goes on full alert, while the blonde kid is already almost peeing himself in fear. Nishi asks where everyone went, but Rikuto freezes, seeing a light from a building. The archer and the blonde kid celebrate, thinking they found people, and the kid already wants to run over, calling for senpai. But Ginkgo and Rikuto aren't fools, and our protag immediately realizes something's very wrong. The two of them are completely confused, while the MC realizes a whole bunch of things are coming toward them. Out of nowhere, they're surrounded in the alley, and the blonde kid panics because he can't see a thing. Things are about to get ugly. The team ends up completely surrounded by these hooded figures in the alley, and the blonde kid is practically having a heart attack, trying to figure out what these things are. They're bizarre shadows that don't even have faces. Ginkgo immediately draws her knife, ready to kill, while Tega also gets his brass knuckles ready. Nishi readies his arrow. Suddenly, a crazy guy in a red jacket flies at the MC, terrorizing them instantly and sending the protag flying. Rikuto can't grasp that kind of power, until a girl with a crossbow shows up on the rooftop, telling the attacker to retreat. The guy in red acts like he didn't hear her, picking at his ear, while Akane aims her crossbow, looking serious. He gives a mocking laugh, asking if she wants a fight to the death, since only the strongest survive for him. Nodding to confirm, the hooded figures just take the scolding. Rikuto's group watches the clash, totally confused. The attacker calls them trash, saying they aren't worth the effort. Then he says he'll leave for today and vanishes among the buildings. Akane sighs in relief when the attackers are gone and glares at the group with an unfriendly look. She throws her hook onto the edge and rappels down while Nishi and the kids celebrate, thinking they're safe. But the moment she hits the ground, our archer tries to be polite, going to thank her, but she ignores his hand and shoves the crossbow under Takeshi's chin. The group freezes. She calls Takeshi by his full name and bluntly says the world is unfair because people like him always live. The girl is practically fuming, telling Yamaoka to go to hell, while the boy lowers his head and admits she has every right to be angry. But then Akane drops the bombshell that he killed her brother, leaving the rest of the group completely shocked. Yamaoka doesn't even try to explain, telling her to finish it if that's what she needs to finally find peace. Just as she's about to shoot, Rikuto steps in, calmly grabbing her crossbow. He says the boy is with their group and the henchmen even try to calm their boss. Fuyuse arrives, putting a hand on Rikuto's shoulder, asking him to calm down too. Then Akane decides to give them a break, and invites everyone to her hideout. Nishi seemed unsure, asking if Akane was trustworthy, especially after the Hizaki incident. But Rikuto decided to trust her. They accepted the invite and started walking, reaching what looked like a shopping center. Akane was surprised so many people survived under their rule. Kotone and Sakura quickly became friendly with Akane as she explained how people there helped each other. Nishi started understanding the factions, realizing Sector 1 was the moderates. Then there's the Predators gang in red, scavengers who don't care about anyone. Rikuto said it reminded him of the old community, and the moderates only won by numbers. They lived under a forced truce. Sakura was already panicking about how bad things were, but Akane said Sector 2 wasn't even the biggest problem. She pointed to that giant tower on the horizon. The ruling class faction was in charge, controlling all the city's water and food. Then one of the helmeted guys ran up, totally panicked, yelling things had gone bad. Akane immediately readied her crossbow when she heard the elite had shown up to carry out a resource hunt. A desperate scream cut through the silence, and people fled in total panic. The men in suits showed up, acting all high and mighty, and ordered the monsters to begin the capture. It's pure terror. If a spider that big grabbed me, I'd accept my fate on the spot. Harpies flew off with survivors while demons loaded people into trucks. The guy in the suit even said no one was allowed to die because humans were now valuable resources. Nishi couldn't believe people were using monsters to hunt other people. Sakura and Kaldorn were horrified by this new level of cruelty. Akane explained they took people to a containment facility. Rikuto asked what was going on. He immediately jumps through the window. Fuyose grabs his arm because creatures below are already rounding everyone up. She begs the MC not to be reckless, while he says no one's getting killed right now. Rikuto takes a deep breath, apologizing for losing his cool. Akane says they need to run, telling everyone to get out. She tells the rest of the group to head for the shelters. Akane gets straight to the point, asking if the trio will stand guard while civilians run to safety. Nishi agrees right away, and Teki just watches with his arms crossed. She gives the signal for everyone to do whatever it takes, and the scramble begins. Helmeted enforcers guide the crowd through the chaos, while Rikuto's already up front, smashing goblins with a pipe, realizing if they don't stop them now, the creatures will never end. Nishi arrives, saying the evacuation was a success. Fuyose warns that the main horde is coming, and the sight is enough to chill anyone to the bone. Nishi stammers that it's impossible to hold all that back, and Akane orders an immediate retreat. But the archer suddenly freezes because he heard a voice he knows all too well. He remembers Tuka, right as he sees a giant ogre holding the girl, while she screams for help in the middle of the chaos. Nishi goes into complete shock, calling her name, while Rikuto has no idea what's going on. Nishi loses it, running off like a madman, screaming his sister's name. And when Rikuto calls him out for abandoning the position he himself ordered him to hold, he tells the protagonist to shut up, while the rest of the group watches in shock. He explains he has an adoptive sister and can't abandon her, even if they're not related by blood. The kid ignores the danger, throwing himself alone into the middle of the horde, swearing he'll save the girl. Talk about bad luck, the poor guy runs into this red-eyed minotaur. I'd have freaked out right there. He then realizes his mistake and accepts his fate. Just as the beast moves to attack, a bright flash blinds everyone. Suddenly, blood splatters everywhere and lands on the ground right in front of Nishi. Takeshi appears to save him and immediately starts pummeling the minotaur. His brass knuckles are awesome. He holds the beast by its chest and yells at the kid to snap out of it. While Nishi cries with guilt, Takeshi shows his mangled hand and says the error is already done. But if he truly wants to save his sister, Rikuto gives the kid a final push to focus. Nishi watches Akane from a distance as she tortures herself over her brother's death, but she quickly tells the group to head to the base. Sector 1's shelter is basically a building under construction, and once inside, she thanks the crew for preventing a bigger massacre. But the mood is far from victorious. Nishi clenches his fist, thinking about his missing sister. Rikuto asks if the central sector is actually using the weapons, because until now, we thought they were just some random invading force, but the truth seems way more bizarre, and the name of the guy behind all this is Kurogane Kurodo. The revelation leaves the whole group in shock. Just look at the hatred in Ginko's eyes when she hears that name. Kotone can't even hide her terror. Akane sees that the atmosphere has gotten seriously heavy, and Rikuto admits that the guy is his cousin. He wants to know exactly what Kuroto did. The leader explains that the city now has a new owner. Basically, all those bizarre monsters now obey that guy's orders. It's some seriously dark stuff. Akane explains that the kidnapping group was just borrowing Kokoto's monsters. Nishi can't grasp how a human controls that creature pack. Akane explains the kidnapping group just borrowed Kokoto's monsters. With that army, they've taken over all of Amishima. Monsters now watch every central sector corner. Sakura's furious they're hoarding all the food. Saito starts to panic. She realizes FN Company is right in the snake's nest. Akane says they must accept it and live in fear. But our boy stares her down, saying he's not accepting that. Nishi warns this isn't the time for personal revenge. But the MC states it simply. Taking down Kuroto is the only way everyone survives. The whole group is stunned by his words. They stare at the almost empty food boxes. Without producing anything, everyone's done for soon. Akane looks away. She laments the former leader would have had the answer. Shirasaki Genya, that man, was captured during a resource hunt. Ginko freezes hearing the name. She remembers seeing that man in a hospital before the apocalypse. Ginko remembers her mother in the hospital. Her mother explained Shirasaki was a co-worker. Nishi jumps at our girl's shout in the base. She confirms he's the same guy from FN Company. Her mother always mentioned that man's name. What a bizarre coincidence. Rikuto realizes Yukina knew everything, still holding on to hope. Nishi remembers Kano was mixed up in this too. If this Shirasaki knows the truth, we need him. Sakura immediately grabs Akane, asking if he left any trace. Akane explains Shirasaki's PC is locked. Sakura immediately takes the lead to hack the system. Ise is completely amazed by our genius girl's skill. Her fingers fly across the keyboard. She finds something in the files that changes everything. Rikuto realizes the plan has decided. Meanwhile, in a noisy factory, a brutal massacre is happening. Someone's getting sliced apart mercilessly. The guy in the red coat doesn't care, but the screaming makes him lose patience. He kicks the door open, ready to silence everyone. Onizawa notices the intrusion. He stares down the visitors. Rikuto says they've met again. The blonde immediately gets excited, thinking it's a surprise attack. He asks if they want another beating. He says he'll have fun slicing each of them up, but the MC tells him to listen. She explains this is about everyone's survival. Nishi notices the blood trail on the floor. The villain agrees to listen, but threatens to kill everyone if the talk gets boring. Onizawa is kind of thrown off by the proposal. He asks if Akane has finally completely lost it. She explains the plan is to invade the place holding the prisoners. Meanwhile, the blonde cleans his ear with total indifference. Their real objective is to rescue Shurisaki Genya. He's the only one who knows what caused the world's end. Nishi goes cold, remembering he's seen that name before. Then the explanation about the myth summon system comes up. FN Company created this technology to change the world, but it ended up bringing fantasy monsters into our reality, because it turns the unreal into reality. The system has a critical flaw. In the middle of all that tension, Sakura nearly fried her brain trying to open the locked files. Nishi imagines Shurisaki as the Grim Reaper himself. Ginkgo grips her necklace, thinking about what her mother was hiding. Akane insists saving the guy is their only chance against the central sector. She reminds them their entire stock of food and water is there. She begs for Sector 2's help, but Onizawa gets up from the couch, telling her to cut the crap. Onizawa accepts the challenge with his psychotic smile. He already warns he's going to wipe everyone out there. Nishi starts thinking that getting involved with this guy was the biggest mistake ever, and Akane, with enormous talent hidden under her clothes, just gets annoyed by the amateurism. Rikuto just lets out a sigh and asks what the blonde is so afraid of. He says it's straight and asks if the villain is scared of the central sector, calling the guy pathetic right to his face. The protagonist asks what his plan is for this world, infested with monsters, and Onizawa replies that his thing is just robbing the weak, period. The truth is, civilization is done for, and everything is falling apart fast, and the henchmen can already feel that food is running short, making our boy warn them that the only way is to unite, and Onizawa is pissed, but alone he can't take on the central sector, so the MC asks what he's going to do. He's going. The scene shifts to this abandoned factory where the gang gets ready while some people keep watch over everything, and one of the guys says the move was a masterstroke since Onizawa admits he never expected this alliance proposal. Onizawa's henchmen are already in the mood for war and ask if the boss is ready for the blood festival, but he's not in the mood to talk and vents his rage by landing a hard punch on his subordinate, telling the trash to shut up while the guy cowers on the floor. He storms out, slamming the door, and starts losing it by himself in the hallway. He thinks about the protagonist and the monsters while freaking out, shouting that he hates every second of this situation. Then someone says he seems pretty stressed, but in the middle of his breakdown this guy appears, and Onizawa asks who hell this lunatic is, calling him by name so casually. The guy simply introduces himself as Kuragane Kuto. The villain looks Onizawa over as if he were picking out meat, and bluntly says that even though he looks stupid, his physique will do. With that cynical smile, he says he's going to put the brute to work, telling the gorilla to be grateful for being useful. Onizawa's shaking with anger as the other guy laughs, then he finally loses it and tries to hit Kuto.